not just doing the questions, but I will be explaining how I get the answers for each of these questions. So we are gonna begin by looking at number one. So let's read number one. So number one reads, which of the following sets of numbers contains all of the factors of 16? So first, let's get my tool prepared, and I have my pen. So which of the following are factors of 16? Now we have A, which is 4 and 4. We have B, which is 2 and 8. But when we talk about factors of 16, we're talking about all the numbers that can divide into 16 without leaving a remainder. So let's look at these numbers. So factors, we have two fours right here, so we couldn't we that would not be the answer. B, we have 2 into 16 goes 8 times, and 8 divided by 16 also, that's 2. But there are other factors. Let's look at C. So 1, if we divide 16 by 1, that would be 16. 2 divided by 16, we can divide 16 by 2 without leaving a remainder. 2 8 is 16, so that would be 8. 4 divided by 16, that would be 4, because 4 times 4 is 16. 8 divided by 16, 2 8 16, so we can, that's a factor as well. 16 divided by 16, that goes into 16. 16 goes to 16 one time. So all numbers for number C can divide 16 without leaving a remainder. Let's look at the D. So we have all the numbers that were in C, but I'm also seeing 12. Now if we divide 16 by 12, 16 into 12, there we would definitely be left with a remainder, because 2 times 12 is 24, and 12 times 1 is 12, so we can't divide 12 into 16 without leaving a remainder. So these out of the question. We already looked, and all numbers in C can divide 16 without leaving a remainder. So 1, 2, 4, and 8. Those are the factors of 16. Factors mean numbers that can divide into 16 without leaving a remainder. So the answer for number 1 is C. Alright, moving on. So we have question 2. So which of the following sets of numbers are prime numbers? Now prime numbers, you really need to remember what prime numbers are. Prime numbers are just numbers that can only be divided by 1 on itself. So only two numbers can divide these numbers. So let's look at all examples. So remember, there are only two numbers that can divide without leaving. So let's look at it. So we have 1 and itself. So prime numbers can only be divided by the number 1 and itself. Those are prime numbers. So let's look and see if we can find the numbers that can be divided by only by only 1 and itself. And of course, these numbers shouldn't leave a remainder when we're dividing. So let's start. So 2, let's look at the number 2. So 2, so A has 2, 3, 5, and 7. Now if you look at 2, there are only two numbers that can divide into 2. So we can divide 2, we can divide 2 by 1. So 1 divided by 2, we can do that. And also we can divide 2 by 2. So 2 by 2, you will also be left with, no remainder. We can divide 2 by 2. 3. Let's look at the number 3. So that's so 2 is a prime number. Let's look at 3. 3. So we can't divide 3 by 2. No, we can't, but we can divide 3 by 1. All numbers can be divided by 1, by the way. 3 divided by 3. Let's look at 5. So 5. So 5 we can divide 1 into 5, and we can't divide 2 into 5. We can't divide 3 into 5. We can't divide 4 by 5. We can't divide 5 by 4. We will be left with the remainder. So 5 is a prime number, and we have 7 right there. And there we can't divide 7 by 2, 3, 5, 4. We can't divide 7 by any other number but itself, and also 1, because 1 can divide, we can divide any number by 1. What about, let's, so A, we're seeing prime numbers for A. What about B? Well, 4 is in B. We can divide 2 into 4 goes 2 times. So we can divide 4 by 2. We can divide 6 by 2 as well, and we can also divide 6 by 3. So this is not a prime number. 2, we have 1, we have the number 9 there. So 3 divided by 9, so we can divide 3 into 9. 3 into 9 goes 3 times. Let's look right here. We see 4 for D. So the only option that has all prime numbers would be A, which is 2, 3, 5, and 7. I remember you need to practice these things, because prime numbers will you will definitely see questions on prime numbers. Remember, prime numbers are any numbers that can only be divided by itself and the number 1. Now I'm gonna move on to question 3. So question 3, we have this right here where we have to multiply 6 raised to the power of 3, and 6 raised to the power of 3 is just 6 times 6 times 6. Please be reminded, whenever you see the number raised to any number, just look right here and know that it's a number, the number that is raised right here. So this 3, it's is it, this is the index, or what some persons will call the power. So 6 raised to the power of 3 means that this 3 above means that you'll have to multiply 6 by itself 3 times. So the power tells you how many times you multiply the base. The base is the bigger number, so in this case it's 6. So any number raised to a number, you're gonna see the number looking smaller. And the reason why I'm on this, reason why I keep talking about this is because I see where students will just see 6 raised to the power of 3 and see a number above our number raised to a particular number and say, okay, 6 times 3. Please do not do that. All it's asking you, it's not asking to multiply the two numbers. So it's not 6 times 3. Whenever you see a number raised to the power, it means that you have to multiply the bigger number, which is the base, that's normally written like an ordinary number, by the indices, which is 3. So so it tells you how many times you have to multiply the base by itself. So you would have 6 times 6 times 6, so that would be 6 times 6 is 36, and 36 times 6, so 36 times 6 now, that will be equal to 6 times 6 is 36, so that will be 6, and you write your plus 3 right here. So 6 times 3 is 18. 18 plus 3, that is 21. So our answer is 216. So that's our answer for question 3, 216. Remember, whenever you see a number like this, a number is the power, whatever number is the indices, or whatever is number is the index, you have to multiply the base by that by itself by that number of times. So 6 raised to the power of 3 is 6 times 6 times 6. Moving on now. Let me change the color of the the pen. Alright, so moving on. So question 4 says, what is the square root of 81? So the square root of 81. And I'm taking my time to go through these questions so that persons will have a better idea of how we get the answers. This is not just me running through questions, but it's really a study session, not just for students who are fast in maths also, but for any students who would be weaker but they are doing the stage 3 maths. Anyways, what is the square root of 81? Now square root means that what is the number that can multiply by itself to be equal to 81. Well, if you are studying your timetable right here, you should know that 9 times 9 is equal to 81. So because 9 times 9 is equal to 81, that means that 9 is the square root of 81. So the square root is whichever number that can multiply by itself to be equal to whatever number is in the square root right here. So what number can be multiplied by itself to be equal to 81? For those who are struggling with finding the square root of numbers, practice finding the square root of some numbers. Look at the timetable and practice, because you definitely see questions like these on the paper. Alright, moving on to standard form. So question 5, it says what is 6,300 written in standard form? Now standard form must be written where the first digit, whichever number is the first digit, let's say the first digit is A, it must be a number that is either 1 or greater. So it must be between 1, so it must be between 1 and 10. So it must be between 1 and 10. What does that mean? That means that whatever number A is, it is a single digit number. That's one of the most important thing that you have to look at. So it must be between 1 and 10. So it must be a single digit number. And this A now, you have the decimal point that will come after the A. So whatever single digit number that is between 1 and 10, whatever single digit that it is between 1 and 10, we will just have that digit multiplied by 10 raised to a particular number. So A times 10 raised to whatever 10 is. So let's look at all of what I'm saying on the options right here. So what is 6,300 written in standard form? Now first things first, look at all the options and see which single digit is in front of the decimal point. So we have 63 right here, so we know that our point would have to be between the 6 and the 3. so that the 6 can be in front of the decimal point. Now looking at all the options, we have B as the number where 6 is in front of the decimal point. So that 6 is between 1 and 10. So it's between 1 and 10. We have our decimal point coming afterwards, and that is multiplied by 10. And remember that is standard form is normally in where A is between 1 and 10 multiplied by 10 raised to whatever 10 raised to the number of zeros, or number that you'd have to multiply by in order to see how many times you move decimal point. Like for example, with this right here, how many times would we have to move our decimal point inwards to get the decimal point between 6 and 3? So let's quickly just do this so we can wrap this question up. So changing the blue marker, so we're gonna move our decimal point inward, so that's 1, 2, 3. So if you realize we move 3 times in order to get our decimal number to that point, so that would be 10 raised to the power of 3, because 10 raised to the power of 3 would be 10 times 10 times 10. So 10 times 10 is 100. So 10 times 10 is 100. And 100 times 10 is 1000. So that tells you the amount of zeros. And the amount of zeros determine how many times we have to move our decimal places, or how many times we can move our decimal places. So that's the answer for question 5. So that's our answer. So 6.3 times 10 raised to the power of 3, because that 1000, when it multiplies by 6.3, that 1000, when you multiply that 1000 by 6.3, right, when you multiply that 1000 by 6.3, we'd have to move the decimal point outwards, so we're gonna have to move it 3 times. So 1, 2, sorry, so that would be just 1, 2, 3. So we'd have decimal point coming right here. So we'd have a 0 right here and a 0 right here. So and decimal point will come about right here. So this is the answer. Alright, moving on. Also, let me just quickly do this right here. So hold on, let me just quickly do this. So for persons who didn't see what I did before, if I have 6.3 multiplied by 1000, you just move decimal place 3 times. I'm gonna change the color, so that would be 6.3, and I'm moving this decimal point, so that would be 1, 2, 3. So you'd end up getting back, because you have to fill these gaps with 0, the placeholder, and you just put our point right there. So you end up with if decimal point moves to this direction, then we'll have the 6300 right back where we started. Alright, so that's the answer for question 5. So the answer for question 5 is B. So that's B. Alright, moving on. So what is 2.9 times 10 raised to the power of 2 as an integer? So since we want to find what that is as an integer, all we're asked to do, we're just gonna first multiply. So 2.9 multiplied by, so this 10 right here, so 10 squared, I'm gonna show you what 10 squared is. So it's gonna be just like our standard form right here, where we showed how we got move from this standard form to the answer. In order to test our answer, we're gonna do pretty much the same, the same thing right here. So I'm just gonna quickly change the color of the marker or the pen. So 10 squared is equal to 10 times 10. So 10 times 10. So 10 times 10 is 100. So we'll have 100 multiplied by our 2.9. So just like before, above right here, whenever we're multiplying by a base 10 number, we move the decimal point based on the number of zeros. So that's 2.9, and I'm gonna change the color to show my movements. So let me quickly change the color. So there are 2 zeros right here, so that's 2 zeros, 2. So I'm gonna move my decimal point to my right 2 times, so that's 1, 2. So the arrow that I have right here, it shows where my decimal point is gonna be. So my decimal point will be right here, and this space right here, I'm gonna put a 0 right there to fill the gap. So what we're left with is 290, and that's the answer for number 6. So that's 290. So let me quickly just circle the answer for question 6. So that's 290. So that's the answer for number 6. Alright, so we're at number 7, and I'm just gonna quickly clear this off right here. Alright, so I'm at number 7, and let's read the question. So the temperature of a freezer was negative 18 degrees Celsius. The temperature outside was 30 degrees Celsius. What was the difference in the temperature? So the difference in the temperature would be, how do you move from 30 degrees to negative 18? Or basically we can also say, how do we move from, let's look at the first temperature. So the temperature of a freezer is negative 18 degrees Celsius. So how do we move from 18 degrees to 30 degrees, right? Now, first things first, let's look at the sign, the degree right here. So negative 18 degrees is actually less than 0 degrees. So 0 degrees, so we have 0 degrees Celsius, right? That's cold. But the 18 degrees is 18 less than the temperature drop beyond 0. So if that is the case, if we subtract 30 minus 30, we'll be left with 0. Now, how do we move from 0 to negative 18? Well, if we subtract, let's change the color of the marker so you can see what I'm talking about. So if we're at 0, if we subtract 18,
So if we take away 18 from 0, then we'll be left with what? 18, negative 18. Because we're subtracting 18 from 0. Right? So with that being said, I'm gonna summarize what I'm talking about now. To get from 30 degrees to negative 18, so from 30 to negative 18, we'll have to subtract 30 from 30, which will be 0. And 18 from 0 is negative 18. So what movements did we do made right there? How many numbers did we actually subtract from 30 to get negative 18? Well, we subtracted 30, and we subtracted, after we subtracted the 30 to get the 0, what did we subtract again? The 18. So we subtracted two numbers, 30 plus 18. So 30 plus 18 will be equal to 48. So that's the difference between the two numbers right there. 48. So 48 degrees. Some person might say, sir, why didn't they have a negative 48 degrees right there? Because if we started, let me change the color of the marker quickly. So if we started with the negative 18 degrees, right, and we add 48 to, and we add 48 to that, we would get, so negative 18 plus 48, that will give you 30. Remember, whenever you see negative and positive, it's just subtracting. So this is just the same thing as saying, hey, I have 48 and I am subtracting 18. Right? If you see how I line that up right there, 8 minus 8, that's 0. 1 minus 4, that's 30. So we started with the negative 18 plus 48, and we ended with what? 30. So the difference between the two temperatures is just 48 degrees. Alright, moving on. So we're at number 8, and we're converting binary to decimal system. So persons who are unaware would need a refresher. The decimal system is our number system. That's the base 10 number system. That's what we use. So we count from all our digits starts with 0 and it continues to the digit 9. So we use the base 10 number system. This right here is a base 2 system because that's binary. It consists of 1 and 0. So how do we convert from binary to decimal? By the way, for those who do IT, binary is also compute. That's what they use for computer language. So how do you convert from binary to decimal? Well, we have to draw up our table. So let's draw our table. Now our table, because we are converting from base 2, so let's count the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there are 4 numbers in the binary, and that will determine how many columns will be in our table. So let me draw one more. So 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's based on the binary number that we're gonna convert. Now on the top of our table, we'll have 2, because remember, we're converting from binary to base 10. So a base 2 number to base 10. So because of that, since we are converting a binary number, in the heading of our table we have our 2's. So 2, 2, and 2. Now this is gonna be at the heading of our table, and this is a table that we use when we are converting binary numbers back into base 10 numbers. Now after we put the 2's in the heading, then we're gonna raise these 2's by the smallest digit in our base 10 number system. Now in our number system, the smallest digit is not 1, it's 0. So this 2 right here is gonna be raised to the power of 0. And then after 2, what's the greater digit after 0? That's what, 1. And we continue counting. So after 1 we have 2, and then after 2 we have 3. So it's like we're counting because we're converting from base 2 to base 10, right? So these are gonna be in our heading. And let me change the color again, because I am gonna be putting what we're gonna have as our answer in each part of the heading, what it means, right? So look at this now. Now 2 raised to the power of 0, any number raised to the power of 0 is equal to 1. So that's 1. 2 raised to the power of 1 means that you're gonna multiply 2 by itself 1 time. So 2 raised to the power of 1, or better yet I should say, because I don't want anybody to be confused, so any number raised to the power of 1 is just the number itself. So think of it as a mirror. So any number raised to the power of 1 is the number itself. So 2 raised to the power of 1 is 2. Alright, so we have 2 raised to the power of 2 now. So 2 raised to the power of 2 is just 2 times 2. So 2 times 2, and 2 times 2 is actually equal to 4. So let me just quickly write it as our header. So 2 raised to the power of 2 is 4, and 2 raised to the power of 3, what that means is that you'd have to multiply 2 by itself 3 times. So 2 times 2, and then we multiply by 2 again, and that will give you, so 2 times 2 is 4, and if we multiply by another 2, that will be equal to 8. So 2 times 2, so 2 raised to the power of 3 is 8, because 2 times 2 is 4, and 2 times the 4 is equal to 8. So these are the numbers that our header above, these are the meaning, this is what it means. These numbers below is what the numbers above are, what the above mean. So since we have our heading in place, now we're gonna put our binary number in the mix so we can start our converting from binary into the base 10 number. Alright, so let's start with by entering our base 10 numbers. So our base 10 numbers right here, our base 2 numbers, sorry, or our binary numbers, sorry, we're gonna start from the lowest, which is right here. So this one right here, this is where we're gonna start from. So we're gonna start now with 1, 0, 1, 1. So we just put our binary numbers in the table so we can finish it off. So now that we put the binary numbers in the table, that's now when we can do our working out in order to get the answer. And I'll tell you exactly what we're gonna do to get our final answer. So let me just quickly finish this table off. So whenever we have our table looking like this, and when we put our binary numbers in the mix, what we do is multiply the binary number itself by the heading. So 1 times 1, the 0 multiplied by the 2, 4 multiplied by the 1, 8 multiplied by the 1. And we're gonna put our numbers, the answers below. So for those who don't know, this is the way how we convert our binary numbers into decimal numbers. Alright, let's go. So let's get our answers. So let me change the color into green, and we're gonna get our answers now. So 1 times 1 is equal to 1. 0 times 2 is equal to 0. 4 times 1 is equal to 4. 8 times 1 is equal to 8. Alright, now that we have gotten our results out, what we do afterwards is just to add all the digits together. So we're gonna add all digits together. So the 1 plus 0 is equal to 1. 1 plus 4 is equal to 5. And 5 plus 8 is equal to 13. So all of these is equal to 13. So this is what we're doing now to convert from binary to this, from binary to base 10 number or decimal system. So decimal system is a base 10 system, it's our number system. So all we do, we use the table, and we draw the table, and we use the table in order to add all the results after multiplying each binary digit by the heading, and in each of the respective column, and we just add our results together. So please practice setting up your binary table. Practice, 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 because you definitely see this question in the exam. Alright, so our answer is 13. So 13. Alright, let's look at number 9. So we're gonna start number 9. So let me just quickly erase this because we need the space, and we're gonna do that question. So solve 8 plus 1.626 plus 0.07 minus 2.3. So first thing, let's add all our numbers together. So we're gonna put everything in the correct column, and now I'm gonna change my color to a better color, so that will be alright. So let's add. So we're gonna have our 8 plus, we have our 1, and we have this one right here, which is 0. So I'm just putting from largest to smallest. So the 1, that is 0.6, and our 0, that's 0.07, and we have for 8 there's no number afterwards, but because it is a larger number and we want everything to align, we're just gonna put our placeholder zeros, and then we're gonna add. So let's quickly add these numbers together. So 6 plus 7, that's 13. Alright, and then we have our 1 plus, so 1 plus 2, that's 3. Point 8 plus 1 is 9. So we have $9 and 33 cents. However, we have to subtract 2.3 from that. So let's do it by changing the color first. So we're gonna subtract the 2.3 after. So let's do it right now. So 9.33 minus 2.3, and because a 3 is right here. I'm gonna put a 0 right here just to work as a placeholder, and we're gonna subtract 0 from 3 is 3, 3 from 3, that's 0, point 2 take away 9, 2 from 9 is equal to 7, and we have our answer right there for number 9, which is 7.03. Alright, moving on. So question 10. A customer buys a bag of sugar that costs, let me just erase this a bit. So a customer buys a bag of sugar that costs $1.89. Sorry, 89 cents. Yeah, 89 cents. A dozen eggs for $4.95, and a pack of butter that costs $3.98. So how much change would the customer receive from $20? What we're gonna do, we're just gonna add all of these things that she bought, all of these items that she bought for these prices. We're gonna add them. After adding, we're just gonna subtract our total from the $20, so we can find out how many change she should receive. So let's quickly do that. I'm gonna change the color, so let's go. So it's brown. Alright, so let's add all our numbers together. So we have 4.95 cents. Let me just quickly erase above because I don't want to distract from the working that I'm doing below. Alright, so we have $4.95 plus $3.98, and we have $1.89. So now we're just gonna add these together, and after adding, we just subtract from 20. So let's add. So 9 plus 8. So 9 plus 8 is 17. 17 plus 5. So 17 plus 5, that will be equal to 22. Let's look again. So yeah, 9 plus 7, 9 plus 8 is 17, plus 5 is 22. So 22, put the 2 right here, and we'll add that to the above. So 2 9s 18. So 18 plus 2 plus 8, that's 10. So 18 plus 10 is equal to 28. So 28, so you put the 8 point, carry over the 2. That should be added to the rest of the numbers there. So 2 plus 4 is 6. 6 plus 3 is 9. And 9 plus 1 is 10. Alright, so $10.82. So we're gonna finish off right now by subtracting that from 20. So we have 20 minus $10 and 82 cents. I'm gonna put a point right here for the $20, and I'm gonna put some zeros right here for placeholder so that I do correct calculations. And now we're just gonna subtract quickly. So take 2, you'll be left with 1 after you take the 2. Take 10, bring down, so you're gonna have 9 after you take the 10. Take 1 from that again, you have 10, you'll be left with 9. Alright, so 2 from 10 is 8. 8 from 9 is 1. Alright, you are left with 9 right here. So 9 from 0 minus 9, that will be equal to 9. So that's 9. And 1 was there, so that's $9.18. So let me just circle that quickly. $9.18. Alright, so that's the answer for question 10. Alright, moving on. So what is 1.6 multiplied by 609? Now 1.6, this is the number that has 1 decimal place, so 1 decimal place. So why is this important? Whenever we're multiplying a decimal number by a whole number, the answer will take the same decimal place as whatever number we're multiplying. So once there's a number with a decimal place, so 1 decimal place, our answer will have the same. So we're gonna multiply and then we'll put our results down afterwards. So let's quickly do that. So 6, let me change the color of the marker. So 609 times 1.6. Let's quickly do that. So 6 times 9, 6 times 9 is, well, that's 54. So let's write our 4 right here, and we will just add a 5 above, so plus 5. 6 times 0 is 0, so we're just gonna put back our 5 right here. 6 times 6, that is 36. Now move to the 1 right there. First things first, we put our placeholder 0, and I'm gonna change the color when I put in the placeholder because I see students multiplying, and before they multiply the 1, they don't put a placeholder. So let me just put the placeholder in a different color and then return. Then I'll come back to this. So after we put our placeholder, now we can multiply with this by the second digit, which is 1. So 1 times 9 is 9. 1 times 0 is 0. 1 times 6, that's 6. Then we're gonna add these together. When we're adding these together, we'll get 4 plus 0, that's what, 4. 5 plus 9, that's what, 14. So we're gonna add our 1 from the 14, so the 1. So 1 plus 6, that's what, 7. And 3 plus 9, 3 plus 6 is what? 9. And as I said before, we look at the number and see how many decimal places are there. Whenever you multiply a number with a decimal number by a whole number, the decimal place of the number that you multiply by, our answer will have the same decimal place. So if this is this 1.6 has one decimal place, then our answer will have the same. So there's one decimal, meaning that there's one number that comes after decimal point. So we'll do the same. So after one number, we'll add our decimal point right here, just like the number above right here. So in the end, we'll have 974.4. So let's look and see if we see the answer. So the answer is B, 974.4. Alright, now let's erase this and move on to question 12. So question 12, it says the length of wood is 3.75 meters. What is the maximum number of pieces 0.75 meter long that can be cut from this wood? What this is asking you is that you have a length of wood that is 3.75 meters long. So it's 3.7 meters long, that wood, and you're supposed to cut, equal pieces of 0.75. How many pieces will you get when you cut, the pieces using that length, 0.75 meters? So long and short, all you'll have to do is just to divide. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna divide the two decimal numbers. Now whenever you're dividing decimal numbers, you'd have to convert the number you're dividing by, you'd have to convert it into a whole number. Now if you're gonna convert this into a whole number, you'd have 75, because that's the number you're dividing by, right? So how many times did we have to move our decimal point in order to get 75? We have to move it 2 times. So because we have to move it 2 times, we are gonna move the point. So let me just show you right here. We'll move our point 2 times in order to get our 75 right here. So the number we're dividing, we're gonna move decimal point 2 times as well. So we'll end up having 75 divided by 375. So please remember, we don't divide by a decimal number. So we wouldn't have a decimal number. We wouldn't be dividing any number by a decimal number. We'd have to change that decimal number into a whole number. So whichever, the amount of times we move the decimal point, you're gonna move the decimal point in the number we're dividing, by the same amount of time as well. So we end up with 75 divided by 375. So 75 divided by 375 is just 5, and we can confirm that by just multiplying by 5. We can multiply just to confirm that for those who don't know. So if we have 75 and we multiply that by 5, we should get 375. So 5 times 5 is 25. So that 2 will be added. 5 times 7, that's 35. 35 plus 2, that's 375. So the answer right there is, 75 divided by 375 is 5. So C is the answer for question 12. Moving on. Alright, so we have the same example again. So following what I told you, we have 2 decimal numbers. So So we are dividing right here, and well, we're multiplying, sorry. So we're multiplying in this case. So since we are multiplying, let's set up our question. So we have 0.6, so 0.6 multiplied by 0.8. Now when we look at a question like this right here, we have 0.6 multiplied 0.8, both numbers are decimal numbers, and when we are multiplying two decimal numbers, the decimal place for each number, the sum of these two decimal places will be the decimal place for the answer. Meaning, let's change the color. So for this number right here, we have one decimal place. That means that only one number is before decimal point, and that's the 6. For the 0.8, there's only one decimal place for this number as well, meaning before the decimal point there's just this number 8. So one decimal place plus one decimal place. Let me change the color when I put the plus as well. So one decimal place plus one decimal place. So our answer will have two decimal places. That means that two numbers will come before decimal point. That's what happens when you multiply two decimal numbers. The sum of decimal places will be the decimal place for the answer. Alright, so let's just quickly multiply. Alright, so the good thing about this, we're just gonna multiply by 8, because what comes after 8 is 0. So let's quickly just multiply right now. So 8 times 6 is 48. So let's write our 8 right there. So 8 times 6 is 48, plus the 4, and 8 times 0 is 0, plus 4, that will just be 4. And because our answer should have two decimal places, we're gonna move our answer. So let me change the color. So two numbers should be before decimal point. So let's go. Sorry, let's change the color. So two numbers should be before decimal point. So 1, 2. So the decimal point will come right here. And because our decimal point is right here, we can just put a 0 right here. So our answer should be equal to 0.48. So 0.48. So C is our answer for question 13. Alright, moving on. So we're at question 14. So let's see if we can quickly do that question. So question 14 right there, it asks us to find the cost. Find the cost of 1.5 kilograms of potato at 2.90 per kilogram, and 0.5 kilograms of sugar, brown sugar, at $1.80 per kilogram. Alright, so find the total cost. So all we have to do for question 14 is to, let's look at it. Let's read the question first. So find the total cost of, so 1.5 kilograms of potatoes, and the 1.5 kilograms of potatoes cost what? $2.90 per kilogram. So $2.90 per kilogram, and 0.5 kilograms of brown sugar at 1.80 per kilogram. So we're asked to find the total cost. So what that means is that one So let me just explain for you. So what it means is that the potatoes cost $2.90 per kilogram. We did not buy 1 kilogram of potatoes. We bought 1.5 kilograms. So I have to find how many money, what's the cost that we paid for, the potatoes. For the brown sugar, well, the brown sugar costs $1.80 per kilogram. We bought 0.5 kilograms. So what that means is that we're gonna have to, multiply. So we're gonna multiply in order to get, how many we paid for the potatoes. So let's do it right here. Let's find how much we paid for the potatoes. So P is for potato. So let me change the color. So 1 kilogram of potato costs $2.90. But we didn't buy 2. We bought 1.5. So we're gonna multiply by 1.5. So we're multiplying by 2 decimal numbers. So because we're multiplying by 2 decimal numbers, our answer is gonna take decimal places for the 2 numbers. So this is 1 decimal place. And this right here has 2 numbers before decimal point. So this is 2 decimal places. So our answer for the total amount we pay for the potatoes, that will be 1 plus 2. That's so our answer will have 3 decimal places. Now with that out of the way, let's multiply. Change the color to orange, and we're just gonna quickly multiply. So 5 times 0 is 0. 5 times 9, that's 45. So 5, and we have a 4 that will be added. So we're gonna add our 4. Alright, 5 times 2 is 10. 10 plus 4, that's 14. Alright, then we'll multiply the 1 by everything, but before I use the multiply by the next digit, we'll add a placeholder 0 right here. Now we can multiply it by the other digit, which is 1. So let's quickly. 1 times 0 is 0. 1 times 9 is 9. 1 times 2 is 2. And we'll add everything together. So after adding everything together, we have 0, 5, 9 plus 4, 3, so that's 13. Carry the 1, that should be added. 1 plus 1, that's 2. 2 plus 2, that's 4. Our answer should have 3 decimal places, so let's move the decimal places. So 3 numbers should be in front of the decimal point. So our answer will be, we paid $4.35 for the potatoes. Now let's find out how much we paid for the sugar. So S is for sugar. So it says that the sugar costs, so let me change the color, and let me just quickly just write out sugar. So sugar, so the sugar costs $1.80. Alright, so let's quickly change the color. So that's $1.80. And we multiply that by the amount that we bought. So we bought 0.5 kilograms. Alright, so let's multiply quickly. And for this, we'll have the same decimal places because we're multiplying two decimal numbers. This is one decimal place. This right here, we have two digits in front of decimal point. So this is two decimal places. So two decimal place plus one decimal place. Our answer will have three decimal places. So let's multiply now. So 5 times 0 is 0. 5 times 8 is 40. Put down the 0, carry the 4, that will be added. Alright, 5 times 1 is 5. 5 plus 4 is equal to 9. And as I said before, how many decimal places our answer should have for this one right here? It's 3, so let's go. So 1, 2, 3. So our point will be right here. So in order to get the total now, what's the total? So the total, I'm gonna put it right here. So the total means that the money that we paid for the potatoes and the money we paid for the sugar, we'll add them together. So if our point is right here, then we can just put a 0 in front of the decimal point because no digit was there. So for the potatoes cost $4.35. That's what the total, that was what we paid for the total. The 0 is right there, we don't have to put the 0, so that's $4.35. For sugar, after we did the calculation, I'll multiply 0.5 times the 1.80 or the 180. We'll be left with, because the point will be right here. Let me just quickly erase this so we can write a little bit better. So I'm just writing this a little bit better. So because it is 3 decimal places, 1, 2, 3. Because our point will be right here, we can just put a 0 in front of it. So we're left with 0.9. So 0.9. That was the cost of the total sugar. 0.9. And we'll just add together. So we'll just add all the numbers together to get our final answer. So 0.9 plus our $4.35. So we can put a 0 right here as placeholder, and we'll just add now. So 0 plus 5 is 5. 9 plus 3, that's 12. So 25 point. 0 plus 4 is 4. So now we're left with this as our final answer. Sorry, let me just fix this quickly. So 9 plus 3, that's 12. So we forgot to carry the 1. Alright, so now we are left with 1 plus 4 is 5 plus 0, so 5. So we're left with $5.25. So let's look and see if it's up there. So the total for number 14 is $5.25. cents. So all we did was to multiply to get our answer for the total potatoes, multiplied uh, to get our answer for the total sugar, and we'll just add the totals together and we'll get our final answer. So moving on to question 15. Please take note when we multiply using multiplying two decimal numbers, we add the decimal places, and that will be decimal place for the answer. That's the reason why we move 3 times in order to get our to move our decimal point to the correct place. Alright, let's look at question 15. So let's just erase these quickly so we can work question 15. And I know that time is going, so and we have a lot to do. So let's move a bit faster to see how much we can cover. Well, I intend to cover the entire paper in this video, so I'll just move quickly. Alright, so question 15. A customer buys 3 packs of garbage bags that cost $4.42 each and a roll of paper towel that costs $5.80. She gives the shop assistant $20. How much change should she receive? So I'll be adding a bit faster, but before I had the customer buys 3 packs of garbage bag that costs $4.42 each. So that means that we can multiply by 3 because the 4.40 cents, so the $4.42, sorry, is just for one pack of garbage bag. So that means that for to find how much you pay for the 3 packs, all you have to do is multiply by 3. So I'm gonna multiply by 3 quickly so that I can give you the answer for this right here. So 3 times 2 is equal to 6. 3 times 4 is 12. So we carry the 1 that will be added. 3 times 4 is 12 plus 1, that's 13. Remember, when you're multiplying a whole number by a decimal number, we take decimal place of the number we take decimal place of the decimal number. So this number right here, 4.2, 4.42 or 4.40 cents, there are 2 digits in front of decimal point. So just as that, our answer will have 2 digits in front of decimal point. So our decimal point will be right here, making that $13.26. But that's for just the garbage bag. But she also bought a roll of toilet paper, or paper towel, sorry. So a roll of paper towel that costs $5.80. So we're gonna add this $13.26 to that amount, and then we'll subtract it from the amount that she gave the shopkeeper. So let's write the cost of the garbage bags right here. So $13.26, and we're gonna add this. We're gonna add the $5.80 to it. So that's $5.80. So we put all digits in the correct line. It's very good for you to line up everything in the correct order, so when we're adding or subtracting, it just makes it easy. So 0 plus 6 is just 6. So 0 plus 6 is 6. 2 plus 8 is 10. Carry the 1, and remember that should be added. Put back our decimal point in the correct line. So it should be aligned with all the other decimal points. So 1 plus 3 is 4. 4 plus 5 is 9. And there is a 1 right there. So that is $19.06. So she gave the shopkeeper assistant $20. So this $9.06, we're gonna just subtract that from the 20. So let's change the color, and we're gonna do this quickly. So let's do it right here. So she gave the shopkeeper $20. So let's put everything in line. So 20, and we should pay $19.06. So let's let everything align, and let's do it. So put the placeholder zeros right here, and then we can just take away. As I said before, it's good for you to align everything in the correct order. So let's take away now. So take 2 from, and we'll have 10. So we're left with 1. After you take 1 from the 10, you'll be left with 9. Carry the 1 over again. Take from the 10, you'll be left with 9. Then you'll have your 10 right here. 6 from 10, that's what, 4. We have a 9 remaining after we took 1 from the 10. So that's 9. 0 minus 9, that is just 9 point. 9 minus 9, that's 0. And 1 minus 1, that's 0 as well. So we're left with 0.94 cents. So 0.94 cents, and that's our change that we'll have if we paid the cashier, if we paid the shop assistant $20 for everything that we had bought above. Alright, so we're moving on to question 16. And question 16 is about fractions. So we're on fractions now. I know fractions tends to give students a lot of trouble. So let's erase this right here so we can move on to our fraction question. Alright, so we're asked to solve these two mixed fractions right here. So let's switch to the pen, and we have 4 and 3 over 4 plus 2 and 2 over 3. Now I personally prefer to convert mixed fractions into improper before I do anything else to it. So I'm gonna do that. So I prefer this way. So I normally prefer to convert to improper fractions first. So how do you convert? Well, you multiply and then you add. So let's do it. I'm gonna change my color. Alright, so let's go. So when we're converting from mixed fractions to improper, we multiply the whole number by the denominator of the fraction, and when we get the answer, we add the answer to our numerator. So for example, 4 times 4 is 16 plus 3, so 16 plus 3, that is equal to 19. That's equal to 19. So let's write it right here. So 19 over 4 and right here again for the second fraction we multiply and then add. So 2 times 3 is 6. 6 plus 2, that's equal to 8. So we end up with 19 over 4 plus 8 over 3. So as I said before, I prefer to convert, to improper first. After we have done that, if you are looking at these two numbers or the two denominators right there, we can't add as yet because these numbers have two different denominators. So in order to have one set of denominator, in order to have one common denominator, we'll have to find the lowest common multiple. So the lowest common multiple would be what numbers or what number would you have, or what's the first number you have when we're multiplying everything over the 3 times table or the 4 times table. Meaning, what number do you have in common when you multiply different numbers by 3, different numbers by 4? The first number that you have in common as the answer, that is normally our lowest common multiple, or that would be our common denominator. So for example, 3 times 1. So 3 times 1 is equal to 3. So this 3 right here, let me just change the color. So this 3 right here, this is a multiple because it's the answer after we multiply 1 times the 3. So any number that we multiply 3 by, that answer will be a multiple. So in order to get our denominator, we'll have to find the first number, that multiple that's common between the two numbers 3 and 4. So let's work these again quickly. So 3 times 1 is 3. 3 times 2 is equal to 6. 3 times 3 is 9. So 3 times 3. So 3 times 3 is 9. The reason why I'm going through this step is because I want you guys to understand what it means when we are trying to find the multiple. Because if you understand how you find multiple, then you're gonna realize that spotting or identifying what is the common denominator for two different numbers or more becomes much easier. So 3 times 4 is 12. So let's see what number we have in common. We can continue, but I already know what would be. So 4 times 1 is equal to 4. So that's definitely not gonna be our common multiple. So 4 times 2 is equal to 8. And 4 times 3 now is equal to 12. So we can stop right there because we realize that we have our first multiple that's common, because 4 times 3 is equal to 12, while 3 times 4 is also equal to 12. So all of these over here, these are called multiples. These are the multiples. So out of the multiples now, it asks you what is common, what is the first number or the first multiple common between the two numbers right here. So the first number The first number that is common between the two numbers is 12. So that is the reason why it is the lowest common multiple. So let me just highlight it right here. So 12, that's the lowest common multiple. So our answer for our denominator is 12. Now there's another way to do it, but sometimes doing it that way may result in you getting a larger denominator. But what you can do, you can multiply each fraction by the opposite denominator, but you have to multiply both the top and the bottom. For example, if you multiplied what if you multiply because the denominator is 4 for this fraction, then you multiply both the bottom and the top by 4. And because the denominator is 3 for this fraction, then you multiply this fraction now, both the bottom and the top, by 3. So even though this method is faster, there are times when knowing how to find the lowest common multiple would work out easier for you, because you'll get a simpler or a more simplified fraction that's easier to work with. And that's the reason why it's always good for you to know the lowest common multiple. So if we're looking at this now, where we find the first multiple that's common between two numbers, for example 3 and 4. 3 and 4. After we found our number or our multiple that's common, then we say what number did you multiply 4 by now to get 12? So 3. So because you multiply 3 at the bottom, you have to multiply 3 at the top. So 3 times 19. So 3 times 19 is 57. So 57 plus 4 times 8, that's what, 32. So 32. So we can only add numerators or subtract numerators when both the denominators are the same. So now that the denominators are the same, we can add. So let's quickly add these together. So 57 plus 32, that is equal to 89. So that's 89 over 12. So 89 over the 12. So this is the answer, but we want to have our answer in the form where it is a mixed number. Now how do you convert improper fractions to mixed numbers? All you have to do is just to divide, and this division is very easy because we want the numerator. So we're gonna divide. Remember, all fractions are division. So what we're gonna divide, we're always dividing number at the bottom by number at the top. So that is 12 divided by 89, and we divide in order to convert our numbers into mixed fractions. So improper fractions, you convert improper fractions to mixed fractions, you just divide the number divided by the top. So 12 divided by 89. Alright, so 89 divided by 12 divided by 89 goes 7 times, because 7 times 12, that's 84. And if you subtract 84 from 89, then you will be left with 5. And as I said before, you need the remainder, because the remainder is going to be our numerator. So this is gonna be our new numerator. So this is gonna be our numerator, and we always write back our denominator, so the number above is gonna be our whole number for the mixed fraction. So what is our answer gonna be? So our answer is going to be 7, because that's the number at the top, so it's gonna be our whole number over, so 7, and the new numerator is 5, so 7 and 5 over, we always write back our same denominator, and the denominator is 12, and we should get this should be the same thing as this, because all we did was take the answer, divide it in order to convert it into a mixed fraction. So 7 times 12 is 84. 84 plus 5 is 89. So 89 over 12 is the same thing as 7 and 5 over 12. Let's see if the answer is there. So 7 and 5 over 12. So the answer for 16 is D. Alright, moving on. Alright, so we have a subtraction problem right there. And let's quickly just subtract. So let me clear this right here. And let's work our answer. So we have 4 over 9 minus 1 over 4. So let's just multiply. Hold on. So yeah, let's just multiply everything by each other. So what I mean is that we're gonna use the second method that I told you before, because it will give you the same. So alright, so we'll multiply each fraction by the denominator of the opposite fraction. So we're gonna multiply both top and bottom. What's the denominator of this fraction right here? 9. So both the top and bottom I'll multiply by 9. This fraction right here, I'm gonna do the same thing, and I'm gonna multiply by the denominator of the opposite fraction right here, which is 4. So 4 times 9 and 4 times 4 right here. So now that we have that out, we should have our common denominator as 36. So our common denominator right there is 36. 4 times 4 is 16. Minus 9 times 1, that's 9. And we just subtract right there to get our final answer. So 16 minus 9. So if you take 9 from 16, you will be left with 7. So 7 over 36. And we can look and see if we see our answer right there. So that's A. So that's 17. Moving on. Let's not skip 18. So 18 is right there. And we have two numbers. So what is 2 and 3 over 4? Minus 1 and 9 over 10. So I'm gonna do the same thing that I told you that I prefer to do when we are dealing with mixed fractions. So the first thing that I'm going to do is just to quickly convert these mixed fractions into improper. So you multiply. So 2 times 4 is 8. So 8 plus 3, 8 plus 3, that's gonna be 11. So 11 over 4 minus 1 times 10. So 1 times 10 is 10. So 1 times 10 is 10 plus 9. That will give you 19. So 19. And we write we rewrite our denominator, which in this case is 10, and now we're asked to find the common denominator between 4 and 10, so that would be 40. Okay, so that would be 40. So let's write it right here. So what did they multiply 4 by to get 40? That is 10. So we're gonna multiply both the top and the bottom by 10. And remember, the denominator of the opposite fraction multiply both the top and the bottom. So that's why we're multiplying this fraction by 10. This fraction right here, the denominator of the opposite fraction is 4. So we're going to multiply both the bottom and the top by 4. So 10 times 4 and 19 times 4. 10 times 11, that will give you 110 minus 4 times 19. So 4 times 19, that will give you 76. Alright, subtracting that, so 76 minus 110, you will be left with 34 over 40, and this right here, 34 over 40, we can simplify this by just dividing by 2. So simplify means that we put it in, a form where we have smaller numbers. So if we divide both the top and the bottom by the only number that I can think of and the only number I can see where I can divide both the number at the top and bottom without leaving a remainder is 2. So we can divide both the top and bottom by 2 without leaving a remainder. So that will be equal to, let's get the simplified fraction now. So 2 divided by 34, that will be equal to 17. So 17 over 2 divided by 40, that will be equal to 20. So 17 over 20, let's see if it's over there. For number 18, 17 over 20, that's D. Alright, moving right along to question 19. So a property is sold for 1 million and 1.25 million. 4 owners receive a quarter of the money each. How much money do they receive? Well, because the property was sold for 1.25 million. Yes, so 1 million is this right here. This figure is a million. So this is a million. So this is 1 million. Quarter million now would just means that you're dividing it into 4 parts. So if you divide 4 into 1 million, then you will have, let's divide it so you can see. But if you divide it, then you will have $250,000. So if you divide by 4, then you will have $250,000. So quarter would be plus 250,000. thousand. So if you add that together, if you have 1.25 million, that would just be 1.200 $1,250,000. So $250,000, that's a quarter of $1,000,000, because that means that you would have that's, if you divided $1,000,000 by 4. So a property is sold for this amount, $1,250,000. 4 owners receive a quarter of the money each. That means that this money would be, shared in equally between among the 4 persons. So among the 4 persons, among the 4 owners, they are gonna share this money each. So that means that they'll get equal amount. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna divide by the 250,000. So we're gonna divide 1,250,000 by 4. So let's quickly do this. Let's do it right here. So 4 divided by 1,250,000. If you realize, I tend to do a lot of work, as much as I can on this paper. Why? Because City and Guilds does not require you to work your work questions with a calculator. So I wanted you to see how I work it, so you have an idea of what to do. So 4 divided by 12 is 3, because 3 times 4 is 12. So when dividing, you subtract when you're dividing, after you multiply, you subtract, and you will be left with 0 right here. After you subtract, you bring down, so you'll have your 5 right here. Alright. So you have your 5 right here. So let's repeat the steps. After bring down, you repeat. So 4 into 5, so goes 1 time. So if you divide in 4 into 5, it goes 1 time. After you divide and multiply, 1 times 4 is equal to 4. After you multiply, you subtract, then you will be left with 1. After you subtract, you bring down, so that's 10. Then you divide, so 4 into 10, that's 2. So 2 times 4 is 8. After you multiply, you subtract. 8 from 10 is 2. After you subtract, you bring down, so that will be 20. 4 into 20, that goes 5 times. 5 times 4, that's 20. Uh, 20 minus 20, that will be 0. Then you'll bring down. So after you bring down, when you bring down, you have your 0. Whenever we bring down, repeat the step. So that's how many times 4 can go into 0? Well, that's 0 times. 0 times 4, that's 0. You subtract, that's 0. After we subtract, we bring down. And so 4 into 0 goes 0 times. And then we multiply after we divide. So 4 times 0 is 0. and then you finally subtract and you'll be left with 0. So what's that at the top? This is gonna be our answer. How much money they shared? Well, they shared 312,500. So this is the money that they shared between the four persons. So it's right here. So 312,000 312,500. So that's the money that they share between the four persons. Alright, so moving on. So now for question 20, we're asked to solve 1 and 2 over 5 divided by a half. So first thing first, I'm gonna do, let's just, border this away, and then we're gonna solve.
And I want to go back to question 19 and remind everyone that, the word a quarter. The reason why we kept dividing by 4 is because a quarter means, it's basically in fraction, that's 1 over 4. And 1 over 4 is simply just divided by 4. So we divided the 1 million by 4 to have the 1 million and a quarter. 1 and a quarter million. So that would be, we have to divide the million by 4 to have that quarter million. And the 4 owners receive a quarter each. So that because it's 4 owners and they got a quarter each, that means that we have to divide that money equally into, 4 equal parts for the 4 owners. Alright, so quarter means 1 over 4. Alright, now let's move on to question 20. So question 20 is asks us to solve 1 and 2 over 5 divided by a half. Alright, and I said before, what I personally prefer to do is just to convert all my mixed fractions into improper fractions. So when converting improper mixed fractions to improper, we multiply, and then after we multiply, we add. So it's a simple process, and I think you guys should, study more on it and ensure that everyone can do it because it's so simple. So the whole number is 1, so 1 times 5 is 5 plus 2, that's 7. And we normally just write over our denominators as is. So that will be 7 over 5. 7 over 5, and let's write the 5 a little bit better. So 7 over 5 divided by a half. Now, whenever we are dividing fractions, we're gonna end up multiplying. So what happens is that we multiply, change the sign to multiply, and we normally just flip the second fraction. So this fraction right here, a half, we normally have to flip it. So that's normally the procedure when we divide fractions, we end up multiplying. So if we flip this fraction, what our denominator will become our new numerator, so that's 2 over, and the numerator will become our new denominator, so that's 1. So this is the procedure when you're dividing fractions. So let me change the color and we just finish it off. So when multiplying fractions with numerator times numerator and denominator times denominator, so what you end up with, you end up with the main denominator as 5 because 5 times 1 is 5, so that's the denominator. And 7 times 2, well, 7 times 2 is just 14. So now we have an improper fraction. Whenever we have an improper fraction in City and Guilds exam, please convert that fraction into a mixed fraction. So converting from improper to mixed is very easy. Why? Because all we'll do is just divide. Remember, fractions are division.
So what are we dividing? So the 4 is going to be divided by 5. So let's quickly write that down, and we'll just change our color so we can finish that off. So 5 divided by 14. By the way, when we divide to find, you know, when we divide in order to convert, improper fractions to mixed fractions, is actually very easy because we just want to have a remainder. So how many times 10 can go into 14? That's 2, because 2 times 5 is 10, and when you subtract you should get 4. And I said before, we need our remainder because our remainder is gonna be our new numerator. So let me write it right there. So this is gonna be our new numerator. This is gonna be the number at the top is gonna be our whole number. So that's gonna be our whole number. And we keep our denominator the same, so it's gonna be 5 just as is. So let's write our answer. So the answer should be 5 because we keep our denominator. So 5, and our new numerator is 4, and our whole number is 2. So if you can actually check to see if your answer is correct, because you should get the same 14 over 5. So 2 times 5, that's 10, plus 4, that's 14. So our answer for question 20 is D. Alright, now moving on to question 21. We're asked to multiply two fractions, and I am seeing a mixed fraction. So we're just gonna quickly multiply, but before multiply we're just gonna convert quickly. So convert, so multiply and add. So 3 times 4, that's 12, plus 1, that's 13. So let me change the color for this one right here. So that's 13. Pretty low color. So let me change the color again. Alright, so that's 13 over 4, and that will be multiplied by the 5 over 6. When multiplying, you know that the numerator multiply the numerator, and our denominator will multiply the denominator. So we'll end up having 13 times 5. 13 times 5, that's equal to 65. So 65 over 24. This is an improper fraction, so we can easily convert this back by dividing. So let's just divide to see if we can get back our, we can convert this improper fraction 65 over 24 into mixed fraction. So let's go. So let's change the color to brown. Alright, so we're gonna divide now, and we divide the number at the bottom by the number at the top. So that's 24 divided by 65. So 24 into 65 goes 2 times, because 2 times 24 is 48. Now we subtract, and subtracting, we take 1 from this right here, you'll be left with 5, and you bring the 1, so that will be 15. 8 from 15, so 8 from 15, that will you be left with 7. and 4 from 5 would be 1. So that's 17. So just like above right here, this is gonna be our numerator. The number above is gonna be our whole number, and we put back our denominator. It remains the same. So our final answer. Let me change the color for our final answer. So our final answer would be uh 24. So that's 24 and 17 and 2 would be our whole number. And if you multiply 2 times 24 is 48 plus 14, you'll get 65. So our answer, oh sorry, no. So number it's what our number at the top is 17, not 14. So that's 217 and over 24. Because if you multiply 24 by 2, that's 48. 48 plus 17. That now 48 plus 17. That now will give you your 65. Alright, so the answer for question 21, that is A. Alright, moving on. So a cook uses 1.5 of flour for pudding. He needs half of this weight of sugar. What is the total weight of flour and sugar? Alright, so let me just go through this again. So a cook uses 1.5 pounds of flour for the pudding. So since he used 1.5 pounds for the flour, he's supposed to use half of this weight. So the half of 1.5 pounds. That's what he needs for the weight of the sugar. So whenever we are trying to find a half of something, you know, because this is a fraction right here, we're gonna treat it like a fraction. So instead of saying we can divide by 2, we can multiply by a half. So whenever we want to find half of something, half of any number, we can just multiply by 1 over 2. Means that we'll multiply by a half, and that will give you a half of any number. Just multiply by a half. Alright, so with that being said, let's multiply this number by a half. So that's 1.5 pounds, and we're gonna multiply by a half. So that's 1 over 2. Okay, so looking at that fraction, I am seeing um, a mixed number. So a mixed fraction is right here. So let's convert this quickly. So remember, we multiply the number, our whole number, by our denominator. So that's 1 times 2. That's 2. So let me draw it, because it's best to have our something we can visualize. So that's 1 times the 2, and then you add. So 1 times 2 is 2 plus 1, that's 3 over 2 times 1 over 2. Alright, so when multiplying fractions, that's numerator times numerator, and our denominator times denominator. Alright, so that will be equal to, alright, so 1 times 3, that's 3, and 2 times 2, that will be equal to 4. Alright, so hold on. Yeah, so that's the answer for right there. So alright, so now that we have that out of the way, let's read our question. So that's a half of this. So he needs a half of sugar, and what is the total weight of flour and sugar? So he wants to know what is the total weight of flour and sugar. So since this right here is the cause for our sugar, because half of that is the weight for the sugar, because half of 1.5 pounds would be 3/4. So this is the weight of the sugar. So now in order to find the combined or the total, weight, all we have to do is just to add this right here, this fraction, to our 1.5. So when we're doing this, I would prefer to convert. So if I converted this into improper fraction, let me change the color and write how our fraction would look if we're gonna add them. So let me change the color quickly. All right, let's go. So if we're gonna add the weight of the flour, that would be 1.5. So 1.5 as an improper fraction, after multiplying and adding, that's 3/2, and the the weight for the sugar is 3/4. So we're gonna add, so that's 3/4. So when adding these two fractions right here, because we're also finding the total weight of flour and sugar, so we're gonna add the two fractions, the two weights of of the flour and sugar. So these are two different denominators, so we need to have a common. So what would be our lowest common multiple? Well, 2 times 2 is 4, and 4 times 1 is 4. You can go above, right, above, or if you look back, you can see where it's I spoke about finding multiples. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, so right here, multiples, when you're asked to find the denominator, yes, we can multiply each fraction by the opposite, the denominator of the opposite fraction, we can. But when we're asked to find the lowest common multiple, this way will give you a smaller number in some cases, where remember, multiples are the answers when are the result when we multiply the two numbers given, or two more numbers given by any number. So in this case right here, um when you multiply the 3 and 4, for all the multiples, the lowest number that we have in common, or lowest multiple we had in common, was 12, because that's the first number that was common between the answers of both of them. When you multiply different numbers by 3 and 4. So if we go right back down to our question right here, uh, the first number in common when we are multiplying any number by 2 and any number by 4, the number in common, the first number that you'll have in common is 4, because 2 times 2 is 4, and 4 times 1 is 4. Alright, so now that's out of the way, we will just work our answer as is now. So 4. So let's finish off and wrap up this right here. So what number did you multiply 2 by now to get 4? Let me change my color marker to this one. I like this color. So I multiplied 2 by 2 in order to get 4. So if I multiply the bottom by 2, I'll have to multiply the top by 2 as well. So 2 times 3, that is 6, plus what did I multiply 4 by now to get 4? I multiply 4 by 1. Any number that I multiply at the I multiply the bottom by, I have to multiply top by the same number. So 3 times 1, that is 3. So adding them together, 6 plus 3, that's 9. So that's 9 over 4. So 9 over 4, that is the total weight of adding the two weights of both the flour and sugar. So the number, our answer is in mixed fractions form. So since this is an improper fraction, 9 over 4, we just divide in the 4 by the 9 to get our final answer. Let me change it to this color because I like it. So let's divide to get our answer. So we're gonna, oh, it's a bit low, the low color. So let me change it again. Alright, so we're gonna divide the 9 by 4. So 4 divided by 9. So 4 into 9 goes 2 times, because 2 times 4 is 8, minus, and you'll be left with 1. So this is our new numerator. It's gonna be our new numerator, and the number above is gonna be our whole number, and this is gonna be our denominator. So let's write this out. So that's 2 and 1 over 4. And remember, we always have the same denominator. So 4, 4, 4, 4. Alright, 2 times 4 is 8, plus 1, that's 9. So, yeah, it's correct. Let's look above and see if we see it. So, 2 and 1 over 4, 2 and a quarter pounds. And you realize I use back the word a quarter for those who don't know what a quarter is. 1 over 4. Alright, so with that being said, let's move on to number 23. So we're going to subtract 22 from 28 and then multiply by 3. So let's erase this all right now, and then we're going to work it. So question 23, it's not a complicated question, and we're just gonna start it right now. Alright, so before we start, look at the order of operations. So persons who don't know, we have the order of operations, and the order of operations tells us, which sign we're supposed to look at or start with whenever we are multiplying. So for this question right here, let me separate. Alright, so this question right here, we have to follow our order of operations. So the order of operations, persons have a lot of different abbreviations, but I am gonna write it how I normally write it. So order of operations, I'm writing it down so you can do more practice on it. If you don't know about it, you can read up on it. So order of operations. Alright, so some people call it BOMDAS. Some people call it BEMDAS. I call mine PEM. So that's PEM. PEMDAS. Alright, so this is the what I normally use for my abbreviation. And it tells us what what sign or what we're supposed to work on first. So we normally work our brackets, then exponents, and then multiplication and division will come, and then subtraction and addition will come. So looking at this expression right here, we're asked to multiply and subtract. So based on the order of operation, division will come before you add or subtract. So we're gonna have to multiply before we subtract. And if even if our addition sign was there, we'd have to multiply. We multiply before we subtract and add. So the M stands for multiply, D stands for division, then we have our A addition, S subtraction. Alright, so multiply first. So 22 times 3, that's 66. So 66. And then we're asked to take the 66 away. So this is 66. So we're gonna end up with 82 minus 66. So 82 minus 66. So let's write it down there. So 82 minus 66. Alright, so let's take 1 from the 8 so we can subtract the 6 from the 2. And we're left with 7 after we take 1 from the 8. So 6 take away 6 from 12. So 6 and 12 6 from 12 is 6, and 6 from 7 is just 1. So we'll be left with the answer to be 16. So 16 is our answer. The answer for question 23 is A. Alright, moving on to question 24. So here we have our flow chart. And surprisingly, I've seen where students have problems with flow chart, and I don't get it because flow chart is so easy. Flow chart is very easy. Just look at the flow chart, read what it says, follow the pattern, and answer the question. It's pretty straightforward. It's like a giveaway question. Alright, so look at this. So we're gonna start. After it starts, it's gonna say, do you have an account? If yes, you move on to this section. If no, you move on to this section. So if yes, it's gonna ask, do you have the number? So do you have the account number? If it's yes, then you press A. If it is no, then you press B. Over this side now, if you had selected, if you have do you have an account number? When it asks you this question right there, if you had said no, then it's gonna ask you, do you have the number? And if you say yes, you press C. If you say no, you press D. So it's pretty straightforward. It's easy to follow along. So look at this question now. A customer has an account. So he has an account, but does not have the account number. Which button should this customer press? So going back right here, did the customer have the an account? He has the account, so we'd have to click what? Yes. So therefore we're at this section, the yes section. Did the person have an account number? He does not have an account number. So do you have the number? You come over here and you press no, because they don't have the account number. So what would the person press? They would press what? B. Alright? So flowcharts are giveaway questions. Just read it carefully and follow along. It's not anything complicated. Alright, going on to question 25. So 25, we're going and we're looking at percentages. So calculate 8% off. And the word off, even in my previous video, I made mention of. So if you say that you want something 8% off or 12% off, it means that we're going to have to multiply. So it means that we have to multiply. So off, anytime you see off, when you see off in the exam, 8% off, half percent off, multiply. What are we going to multiply? Well, 8% of 40,000. So we're going to multiply the 40,000. So that's 40,000. And we're going to multiply that by 8%. And 8% is what? Sorry. 8% is what? So we're going to multiply by, what is 8% as a fraction? So 8% as a fraction is just 8 over 100. So persons wondering how I get 8 over 100. Remember, the reason why you have percentages is because it is over 100. That's why the symbol looks like that, you know. That's why the symbol looks like that. Because it's 1 and 2 zeros. So any number over 100. That's what it means when you see the percentage sign. The number over 100. So 8% is 8 over 100. So we're going to multiply the 40,000 by the 8 over 100. And we'll put the number 40 over 1 so we can change our own number into a fraction. Because any number over 1 is the number itself. So this is still 40,000. Because any number over 1 is just, you're just writing it as a fraction. However, it still means the same thing. Any number over 1 is the number itself. So it's still 40,000. Alright, now we're gonna multiply. So when you multiply now, numerator times numerator and denominator times denominator. So we end up with 40,000 times 8. So 2 times 8 is 16, and 16 plus 16, that will give you 32. So for those struggling or having problems with multiplication, you can just multiply 8 times 2 and then add it by 8 times 2 again, and in order to find your answer. So that's 32. So let's write it down. So let me see if I could have write it right there so we have enough space, because I really want everything to align. So 32, and then now how many zeros are there, because we multiply 8 times 4 to be equal to 22. But what about the zeros? How many zeros are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to write back the 4 zeros. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Over. So over 1 times 100. That would be 100. Now we already established, or we already spoke about, any number over 1 is the number itself. So in order to make this number, not a fraction, in order to get this as just a number, we're gonna divide our number at the top by number at the bottom to get one final answer. But because it's over 100, all we have to do when dividing numbers, or when dividing by base 10 numbers, we can simply just cancel the zeros, because we have zeros at the top and zeros at the bottom. So that means if I want to, I can take 1 0 from the bottom and eliminate 1 0 at the top. There's one more 0, so I can cancel it 0 and cancel another 0 from the top. So what do we have left? So what we have left is 3. So that's 3,200. So what's 8% of 40,000? 3,200. So A is the answer. Alright, so let's move on to question 26. So a sales representative received 12% commission on sales. Now, if you were in math class and you heard about commissions, then you should know that commissions are money or percentage of money that is added to your amount, whenever to your salary. So whatever sale was made by the sales representative, whatever sale was made by the sales representative, you'll get a portion of the money. So that's one of the reasons why some places you realize that when you go in to buy something, the persons will come and they will try their best to be nice to you and sell you something because they will receive a percentage of whatever you paid for the product. So in this case right here, this sales representative received 12% for whatever she would have sold. So how much would she receive if the sales was 5,800? So all we'd have to do is find 12% of 5,800. So what's 12% of 5,800? So let's write it down, and we're just gonna do the same thing that we did, you know, above. So the same thing that we did above, we're gonna be doing. So let's write it down. So that's 5,800. So 5,800, and we're gonna put this over once so we can change the 5,800 as a fraction. We can write it as a fraction. And remember, any number over 1 is just the number itself. It has the same meaning, just a different way, because you wrote it as a fraction. Alright, multiplied by. So multiplied by. And 12%, what I said about the percentage sign. Any percentage is a number over 100. So that's 12 over 100. So that's 12 over 100. Alright, so now that we got that out of the way, how much would she receive on sales? So let's find 12% of 100 right now. So so that's 5,800 times 12, and that's 1 times 100. Let's see if I can write the number or the answers over the other side. So 12 times 58. So 12 times 58 will be equal to 696. So that's 12 times 58. That will be equal to 696. The 696, and we write back our 2 zeros that were out there. So we rewrite our 2 zeros there over 1 times 100 is 100. And then we'll just eliminate our zeros or cancel our zeros. So take 1 0 from the bottom, 1 0 from the top, cancel 1 0 from the bottom, cancel 1 0 from the top. So we're left with what? 169. So 669, 696. Sorry, let me write it out. So that we're left with 696 over 1 which is just the same, 696. So our answer is C, $696. Alright, so let's move on to question 27. So calculate the compound interest on $4,000 $4,000 loan for 2 years at 6% interest per annum. Now, compound interest is something that you're gonna see on the exam. Now, our formula for finding compound interest. So let's look at it. So the compound interest, calculate the compound interest on the loan, $4,000 for 2 years at 6%. So I want to know what the interest is going to be. Now, interest, alright, so let's first do this. So there's a formula for calculating compound interest. So that is A, where A means our, so A means this is gonna be our total money earned, our total return, or our, our final money, our final amount is gonna be equal to principal. So P is the principal, that's the money that you invested or in the bank. So this is gonna be our 4,000 times 1 plus R, and R is the rate, over 100 raised to the power of whatever the time is. So this is the formula for finding, that we'll have to use in order to find our compound interest. So in this case right here, for our compound interest, our P is gonna be equal to, so we're gonna have A equal to 4,000 so that's 4,000 multiplied by, so whenever we have compound interest, what it means is that we're not just getting interest on the 4,000. It's like we're getting our full money. So interest will be given. They will calculate interest, or you get interest on the full money that you earn every year. So if 1 year you earn interest at 6% of the 4,000, then the next year you're gonna get interest, which is 6% of the 4,000 and 6% of last year. So you're gonna get every year, you're gonna get your full money. So that's how the one comes in, because you get 100% of your money, plus you get the interest, whatever interest you made for that year. You'll get that as well. So that will be added to your money at every time for each year. So this is the formula when finding. So that's 4,000 multiplied by 1, and rate now is the percentage charged each year. So that's 6%. So that will be 6% is what, 6 over 100. So 1 plus 6 over 100. All over, and this is raised to the amount of time. How many times pass right here? What we're trying to find after 2 years, so it's raised to the power of 2. So this is the formula, and we're just applying in order to solve the formula. So P is the money you invest, R is the rate, T is the time, and A is the final amount. Alright, so now let's just write our answers. So 6 divided by 100, we're just gonna move our decimal point 2 times. So if we move our decimal point 2 times, we're gonna have A is equal to 4,000. So 4,000 times 1 plus plus. So because we're dividing 6 divided by 100, it means that we're gonna have to move our decimal point 2 times inwards or 2 times to the left. So that's 1, 2. So we'll have a space right there with our decimal point. So it's gonna be 0.06 over so 0.06 raised to the power of 2. So all of this is inside the bracket is gonna be raised to the power of 2. So we're just gonna add everything together. And if we add 1 plus 0.06, we're gonna have 1.06. So that will be A is equal to 4,000 times 1 plus, sorry, let me do the calculation, the full calculation. So 1 plus 0.06 is going to be equal to 1.06 raised to the power of 2. And we'll just do our calculation. And 1.6 raised to the power of 2 is 1.6 times 1.6. 1.6 1.06 times 1.06, that's going to be equal to 1.1236. So that's 4,000. That's 4,000 times so that's 4,000 times 1.1236, because that's the result after I multiplied 1.06 by itself. So that will give you the answer right there. And then we'll just multiply by 4. So we just multiply it out. So 4,000 times 1.06. If you realize we have this number has 4 decimal places. So it's going to multiply this by this. If you multiply that out, then you'll have 4.49. Sorry. If you multiply that out, you'll have 4,400. So that's 4,400 and 94. So 4,994 point 40. So that would be E. Now, after we found A right here, this is the formula for finding the total amount or the final amount. So what is the final amount after the 2 years? This is the formula for finding that. Now, in order to know um how many interest you receive after the 2 years, if this is the final amount, then all you have to do, if this is the final amount, which is A, then that will be equal to the principal, which is the amount of money that you invested. So that's P plus the interest that we're trying to find. So P plus the interest will give you your final amount, because you put $4,000 in the bank, and you want that money to grow. How the money grow? By paying interest. So it's the interest that will be added to the principal to give you your final amount. But in this case right here, because we want to find the interest instead, all we have to do is to subtract P. So let's subtract the principal from the final amount. So the final amount is this right here. So all we have to do is subtract 4,000 from it. So let's change the color and write it down. Write down what the answer should look like. So that will be 4,494 0.40. So 0.40 cents minus 4,000. So what is left is the actual interest that you earned after paying the 4,000. The $4,000. So we'll make everything line up, and we'll just subtract. So when subtracting now, we'll just be left with 0, 4, 0 from 4 is also 4, 0 from 9 is 9, 0 from 4 is 4, and 4 from 4 is 0. So we left with 494.40 cents. So 494 and 40 cents. So that's the amount. So let's look and see if we see right here. So the answer is A above. So 494 and 40 cents. So this right here is a formula for finding the total amount or the final amount after investment for compound interest after the years. And remember, we add our 1 right here, so 1 plus R over 100, because every year we're not just getting interest added, but the total amount of money or the principal. We're just gonna get our 100% of our money plus our 6% that is added, and we're gonna get that amount. We're gonna find the interest for that amount every year. So it's like your money is being added every year. So the 100% of your money plus our 6%, we're gonna have to find 6% of that total amount the next year. So that's what it means. So this is the formula for finding the total amount. And after we find the total amount after the years, we just subtract the principal from the final amount, and that will give us our interest after the for compound, or after the years. So this is compound interest. Please practice it, practice the formula, practice how to solve or how to find compound interest. I will do additional video on compound interest, because I do realize that persons tend to have problems when finding compound interest. Please remember this formula, and remember when we how we move from right here to right here. What we did was just multiply the 1.06 by itself, and that will give you the 1.1236, and then we'll just multiply that by the 4,000 to get this final amount. Alright, so with that being said, I'm gonna move on to question 28, and we're asked to find the depreciation after the amount of years. So let's quickly just clear this area off right here, so we can find the depreciation for this machine right here. So let's rub this off. Alright, so while I'm clearing this, I just hope you guys are, as I said before, the purpose of this video, yes, we're going through stage 3 sample paper, but I'm also taking my time, because I know that some persons learn at a different speed. So I am just, creating this video. So persons who really need the assistance, they can, really enjoy this video, because it's really helping them. Think about this as a workshop, per se. That's my intention with this video. Alright, so moving on to question 28. So question 28, so a machine has a principal cost of $110,000, and the simple depreciation is applied at 20% each year. What is the value of the machine after 2 years of simple depreciation? Now, when something depreciates, that means that it loses value. So for 1 year, right? Because the cost of it, right, for that year is, for the machine, is 110,000. Now the simple interest applied is 20% per year. So if we want to find the value after 2 years, we're gonna have to find the value of the machine after 1 year, and then we're gonna go to the 2 year. So for 1 year, so year one. So year one, so we're doing question 28 right here. So let me just put 28, and we're doing question 28, or starting it right here. So year one. So in year one, our machine costs 110,000. That's the amount for the machine for year one. And what we're asked to find is, depreciation. So we're gonna have to find what is the depreciation, 20%. So 20% of 110,000, just like above, we're gonna have to multiply. So we're gonna multiply by 20%. 20% is just 20 over 100. So 20 over 100, and that is 20%. How do we multiply? So just multiply numerator times numerator, denominator times denominator. So you're gonna have, let's do 2 times 11, that's gonna be 22. So 2 times 11 is 22, and then we just write back all our zeros. So that's 1, 2. Let me change the color, so I don't confuse anybody. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, So 5 zeros. So let's write it 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And that's after we multiply the 2 by the 11 to get the 22. Alright, so over 1 times 100. So 1 times 100, that's 100. So we have to find the percentage first so we can, do the other work, So let's cancel our zeros first. So take 1 0 from the bottom, cancel 1 0 from the top, cancel 1 0 from the bottom, cancel 1 0 from the top. So we're left with $22,000. So $22,000. So for year one, the machine costs $110,000 and it depreciates at 20%. So that's gonna be $22,000. So in year one, the machine is gonna cost after depreciation, the machine is gonna cost 110. So the 110, let's change the color so you can see what I'm talking about. So year one, this 110 is gonna depreciate. So the 110 is the original cost, right? So after 1 year of depreciation, this 110 is gonna be, gonna be reduced by $22,000. So let's just write this off right here. So $22,000. So let's go. So 110,000 minus 22,000. So we're gonna find the cost after 1 year of depreciation. And it's very important for you to find 1 year before you go to the second year, or else you're gonna get it wrong. So 0 minus 0 is 0. Then we have our zeros right here. Our zeros right here. 2 from 0. So you take 1 from right here. That's gonna be 10. 2 from 0 is gonna be 8. Left with 0 right here. So 2 from 10 again, that's 8. So after 1 year, so it costs $110,000 for the machine. After 1 year, this is the total money. 108. Sorry, that's $88,000. Now, what reason why we have to find year one cost first is because we are going to have to use the year one cost in order to find the amount for year two. So let's erase this and change the color, and you're gonna see what I'm talking about now. So this is year one. This is the cost for the machine after 1 year after depreciation. So we found 20% of the 110,000, and we just subtract that amount to 22 from the 110 to get $88,000, which is the amount for 1 year after depreciation. So the machine will cost 88,000. Now, in the second year, the machine costs 88,000, right? But even though the machine costs 88,000, it's still depreciating by 20%. So we have to find 20% of the 88,000. So multiply by 20. So 20% of 88,000, that's gonna be 20 over 100. Remember, percentage means a number over 100. So let's find 20% of 88,000. So 2 times 88. So 2 times 88 is going to be 176. So 176, let's put it right here. So 176. So 176, and we're gonna put back our number, our total number of zeros. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's change the color so I can see it clearly. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna have our 4 zeros. We're gonna have our 4 zeros. So that's gonna be 0, 0, 0, 0. So 176. I'll put back our zeros, and then now we have our 1 times 100. 1 times 100 is gonna be 100. And then after that, we just cancel our zeros. So that's gonna be, take 1 0 from the bottom, 1 0 from the top, 1 0 from the bottom, 1 0 from the top. So we're left with no. So 20% of 88,000, that's just gonna be equal to, that's gonna be, what's this? 17,600. So 17,600. This is not the final amount now, because you're not gonna see a machine cost 88,000 and then now you're gonna pay 17,600. You know, you're gonna fight you. So this amount now is for the depreciation, because it depreciates, that means that it is less by 20% of 88,000. 20% of 88,000 is 17,600. So we're gonna, to get our year 2 cost now, we're just gonna subtract the amount for the year. So after 1 year, that was 88,000. So 88,000 minus, because we have to subtract now, minus our 17,000, because we're gonna take off the 20%, which is, subtract the 20%, which is the 17,600 from the amount right there that is paid for it. So let's do it quickly. Let's write this a little bit better. Alright now. So 0 minus 0, that's 0. 0 minus 0 again, that's 0. We have 6. You're trying to subtract 6 from 0, so you're gonna take 1 right here and put it down. 6 from 10, that's 4. After you take 1 from the 8, you'll be left with 7. 7 minus 7, that's what? 0. And 1 from 7, that's what? 1 from 8, that's what? 7. So 770,400. So that is the amount that we'll have to pay. That is the amount that it will cost, the machine will cost after 2 years of depreciation. So this is after year 2. After year 2, after 2 years, our machine will depreciate and cost 70,400. So the answer for 28 is B, 70,400. So looking back, you start with year 1. If you're finding for year 2, for 2 years, you have to find for year 1, because the money for year 1 will be the money that we'll have to find 20% off in order to subtract to get our final answer, or the total amount that we'll pay for year 2. So after 1 year of depreciation, 20% of 110 is gonna be 22, subtract from 110,000. So that's gonna be 88,000, and then our 88,000, 20% of 88,000 is gonna be 17,600. So you subtract that from the 88,000 and you'll be left with 70,400. And that's the cost of the machine after 2 years, or after 2 years of depreciation. Alright, so moving on now to question 29. So let's just clear this off right here. Let's clear this off quickly. And let's change our color so we can just border this off. So we can just work within this space. So we'll do question 29 right here. Alright, let's go. So what is 0.35 as a fraction in its simplest form? Well, this right here is a decimal number. So we can, this is, if we say if it is 0.35, right? Whenever we have a fraction like this. Now, let's look at this right here. Let's look at this right here. Now, if we have 35, if we have 35 and we want to get 0.35, right? Then we'd have to move our decimal point to our left. So that's 1, 2 times. So we can move our decimal point, let it come right here. And if we move our decimal point from here to here, we move 1, 2 times. So we know that anytime when we're dividing by base 10 numbers, we can move our decimal numbers based on the amount of zeros. So this is gonna be 35 divided by 100. So 35 divided by 100 will be equal to 0.35. Now, why did I do this? I did this because division are fractions. So fractions are division problems. So since we divided 35 by the 100 to give you, the 0.35 like we have up above right there, we can just write this as is right here. So 35 over 100. This fraction means the same thing as 35 divided by 100, which will give you, the 0.35, because we'd have to move decimal point 1, 2 times to have the decimal point right there. And the amount of 0 tell you how many times you have to do the movement. So 1, 2, 1, 2. So this is the same thing as written as a fraction. So 35 divided by over 100. So what can we divide this number by now in order to simplify this fraction so we can get our final answer? And this now, that's when we choose to divide this by, what number can go into 35 and 100? Well, looking at it, that would be 5. So I'm going to simplify by dividing both the number at the top and the number at the bottom by 5. So 5 divided by 35, that's 7. 5 divided by 100, that will just be 20. So 7 over 20, that will be our answer for question 29. Alright, moving right along. So what is 2 over 3 expressed as a percentage? Now if you have a percentage a fraction, you want to express it as a percentage, then multiply by 100. So what that means is that you're gonna just take this fraction right here, 2 over 3, and you're just gonna multiply that by 100. So you want to change a fraction into a percentage. Well, multiply that fraction by a 100, and you should get your answer. Remember, percentage is anything over 100. So if you multiply your fractions by 100, you'll get your answer. So put the 100 over 1 so you can let it look like two fractions multiplying each other. And you multiply numerator times numerator, and denominator times denominator. So numerator times numerator, that will be 100 times 2, that is 200. And then you'll have your 3 times 1, so 3 times 1 is just 3. And after you do that, then you can just divide, because you have 20 divided by 3. So 20 divided by 3, let's do the working out right now. Alright, so if we are doing the working out, that's gonna be, let's change the color. So 3 divided by 200. So 3 into 20, how many times we can 3 can go into 20? Well, that will be 6 times. So that will be 6 times. So 3 divided by 20 goes 6 times, because 6 times 3, that's 18. Then you subtract afterwards. 18 from 20, that will be 2. And after you subtract, that's when you bring down. So you'll have 20. After you bring down, you repeat the step, so division again. So 20 divided by 3, that's 6. And then 6 times 3, that's 18 again. After you multiply, you subtract. 18 minus 20, that's 2. And is there any other 0 right here? No. So you're gonna put a decimal point. And when you put a decimal point, you're gonna put the 0 that you're gonna bring down, because no other 0 was here. So you put a decimal point and a 0, so you can bring down that 0. Now the reason why whenever you put add additional 0 to bring down and you put a decimal point, ensure you to put a decimal point above where you have your answer. So because there was no 0, there was no other number after we to bring down, that's when we added our 0. In order to add the 0, now you have to put decimal point, then you add the 0. So we add that 0 and then you bring it down to have our 20. But it is very important that after you add decimal point, you add it above where the answer is. So we're gonna move on. And if you realize, there's kind of a pattern that's going on right here, because we're dividing by 20 again. So 3 divided by 20, that's gonna be 6. Because 3 times 6 is 18. And if we subtract that, then we're gonna have remainder 2 again. So we can continue the process if we wanted to, but you're gonna realize that we're having a pattern where after we have the 66.6, we're gonna have more sixes going right across, because we're gonna continue. It's gonna continue. So let's look and see where our answer is. So right here, our answer would be D, because this is 66.6. sorry, this is 66.66. And if you look right there, let me zoom in a bit because I really want to zoom in so you can see what I'm talking about. Right here, if you see this symbol right here, where it looks like a line above the letter, this is called a bar notation. So the bar notation, it means that the number is recurring, meaning that the number is gonna repeat. So this line or this line over the 6, it means that 6 will repeat itself. So you're gonna have a 6 continuing, which will be the case if we keep dividing this the 3 by the 200. So alright, let's continue. So a chair costs $96. Right? So a chair costs $96. A customer has a choice of discount voucher. Which discount voucher gives the cheapest price of the chair? It's not gonna be 1 over 4 because 1 over 3 is there and 1 over 3 will give you more out of it. So that's not gonna be, that's not gonna be the answer for, that question. It's not gonna be 40% off either because 40% would be 4 over 40 over 100. And if we were to simplify, 40 over 100 to get a fraction, so 40 over 100, that would be if we're dividing by 10. So if we divide this by 10, we'll be left with 4 over 10. Or and if we divide this by 2, we're just simplifying straight away. If we divided this by 2, we'll be left with 2 over 5. So 2 over 5, that will be pretty similar to, because we have 3/4, that will be pretty similar to the 1/3 off. So we have $40. So let's look at this right here. So if we have 2 over 5, let's see what 2 over 5 would be if we have off $96 would be. So now we have $96. Let's see. So we have 2 over 5. Let's see what that would be like. And what we're trying to find first is a 40% to see if it would be the answer. So that's 2 over 5. I'm just gonna multiply this quickly and see if this will give you your answer. So 2 times 96, 2 times 96. So that will give you, let's just multiply it. So 96 times 2 give you 2 times 6 is 12, and we add a 1 to that, and 2 times 9, that's 18, and we add a 1, so that's gonna be 19. So that's gonna be 119. So 192 over 1 times 5. So 1 times 5 is gonna be equal to 5. So that's 5. So we can just divide now. So 5 divided by 19, 192. That's gonna be equal to, we already that's already is lower because 2 into 19 goes 3 times. And so that means that we're going to have 30 something. So 3 times is 15 minus, you know, 15 from, 19, that's going to be 4. And we bring down, so we're going to have our 42. So that alone, that's going to tell us that we're going to have some number, 38. So 8 times 5, that's 40. So we don't even have to continue because we're gonna have to have a point afterwards because we'll have a 2 remaining, and then we'll have to bring down. So that's $38 and some cents. We have $40 right here, so it would definitely would not be 40%. All right, so let's erase this quickly. All right, so it's definitely not 40%. All right, so let's see about the 1/3. So 1/3, because in my mind, well, it's not in my mind. I know the discount would be $40 off, but for persons wondering or checking, I'm gonna check this one right here. So 1/3 is more than 1/4 because you get more out of it. So that's the reason why 1/4 off or a quarter off. I'm not gonna include it. So yeah. So let's look at 1/3 off. So if we divide our 96, so if we multiply, you know, 96 by 1/3, we're gonna end up just dividing by 3 because 96 times 1 is 96 and 3 times 1 is gonna be 3. So you end up with 96 over 3. So if we divide now, 3 into 9 goes 3 times. So that's already a bad look. 3 into 6 goes 2 times. So that's 32. So that's already a bad look. So the answer, um, so which discount gives the cheapest price for the chair? The highest discount right there is $40 off. So that's gonna be A. That's gonna be A. If we divide 96 by 4, we're gonna have a smaller number. So no. So $40 off is that's the correct. That's the highest discount. Alright, moving on. So we're on a map. So we're doing map scaling now on ratio. So on a map, a scale of 1 to 75,000, 1 to 75,000. So the distance between a hotel and a conference is 5 centimeters. So what is the actual distance in kilometers? So first thing first that you'll have to do is that you want to know, you know, let's find, 5, let's find the actual distance first. So the scale is in centimeters. So this right here is 1 centimeters means 75,000 centimeters. That's what the scale means. 1 centimeter equals 75,000 centimeters. So if you have 5 centimeters now, all you have to do is just to multiply by the 75,000, and that will give you your actual distance in centimeters. So 75,000. So let's quickly just multiply that out. So 75,000 times 5. So 5 times 0 is 0. 5 times 0 is 0. 5 times 0 is 0. 5 times 5 is 25. So 2 plus 5 times 7 is 35 plus 2, that's 37. Alright, so now that we have this and we know that this is the actual distance in centimeters, let's look at what is the actual distance in kilometers. So in order to convert from centimeters to kilometers, we can use our prefix table. So our prefix table now tells us how we move from one unit to the next. So we're gonna start with, since centimeter is our lowest, unit right there. So from centimeter, then after centimeter we have our decimeter, and from decimeter we have our meter, and then from meter we have our decameter, and then from decameter we have our hectometer, and then above we have our largest unit, which would be our kilometer. So these are the units. Now in order to move from one unit to the next, we increase in multiples of 10. So from this centi to deca, we're increasing by multiples of 10. So we keep multiplying 10 by 10, right? So from centi to deca, that's 10. Deca to meter, that's 100. So we're just adding zeros. Meter to the decameter, that's 1,000. Then 10,000. Then 100,000. So 10, 100,000. Yeah, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. So therefore, 100,000 centimeters is equal to 1 kilometer. So 100,000 centimeters is equal to 1 kilometers. So if that is the case, we can just divide. So let's get our final answer now. Let's convert our centimeter into kilometers. So we have our actual distance, which is 375,000 centimeters, and we know that 100,000 centimeters is equal to 1 kilometers. So we're just gonna divide. We're just gonna divide by the 100,000. Alright, so what we're gonna do to move quickly when divided by the 100,000, since this is base 10, let's count the number of zeros. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. So therefore we're gonna move our decimal point at the end right here, and we're gonna move it to our left based on the amount of zeros. So that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So our decimal point will end up being right here. So that's 3.75. So look over here. So that answer is gonna be B, 3.75. Alright, so now I am at question 33. Alright, so the exchange rate um the exchange rate is $1 US, so $1 is equal to 0.90 cents, so $0.90. Sorry, so one US dollar is equal to $0.90. All right, so a traveler has 450 euros. Convert this to US dollars. So convert the euros to the US dollars. So based on this right here, because $1 is equal to 0.90, we're gonna have to divide. So we're gonna divide our 0.90. So we're gonna divide it by our $1. Now, sorry, we're gonna divide this by the total euros. Sorry, so it's gonna be, we're gonna divide this by the 450. Why? Because this is the unit cost. So because 0.90 euros will give you $1, we have to divide the 0.90 by the total amount that we have, the total euros that we have, in order to see, all right, how many US dollars do we actually have. So we have to divide the 450 by the 90. All right, so whenever we're dividing, just as I told you before, we can divide and have the number that we divided by, as a decimal number. So we're gonna have to convert this into a whole number. When we convert this number that we divided by into a whole number, we're gonna move decimal points. So that's 1, 2 times. So we have to move our decimal point 2 times to get it out right here. So because we have to move our decimal point 2 times, and so the number that we're dividing, we're gonna move the decimal point 2 times. So if the decimal point was right here, we're gonna have to move it 2 times as well. So that's 1, 2. So we're gonna have 2 additional zeros inside, right? So we're gonna have our 2 additional zeros, and that's what we're gonna divide by. So we're gonna, let me just write everything below, and I'm just gonna change the color to a better color. All right, so we're gonna end up with 90, because we don't divide by a decimal number. So that's gonna be 90 over 4, 5, 0, 0, 0. Because just as we move our decimal point 2 times, then we'll move our decimal point for the number we're dividing 2 times. So we'll end up with adding 2 extra zeros right there to get decimal point right here. So we're gonna divide now. So 90 divided by 450, well, that's gonna be 5, because 5 times 90, that's gonna be 5 times 9, that's gonna be 45, and with the additional 0, that's gonna be 450. After you multiply, you subtract. So after you multiply, you subtract. So we're gonna subtract 450 from 450. You'll be left with 0. And afterwards, you just have 2 zeros remaining right here. So let's just add these 2 zeros above right here. So 0 and 0. So that's 500. So after dividing the 90 by the 45,000, we have 500. So the traveler has 450 euros. This is gonna be 500 US dollars. And if you look, you realize that the US should be more than the US dollars should be more than the euros. 500 is more than the 150. So that's a good indicator as well. But this is how you know, this is the answer for number 33. They wanted to know what's the cost for the US dollars. So since the unit cost is $1 is equal to 0.90 euros, we just divide it by what the amount of euros, the 450 euros that you have. And remember, you don't divide by or using a decimal number. You have to convert that decimal number into a whole number. So you can just move decimal point. And if you move decimal point to make this 0.90 a whole number 90, then you know, you'd have to do the same thing for the number you're dividing. All right, so moving right along. So we have question 34. So a gardener mixes two 250 milliliters of food plant with 2 liters of water. Express the ratio of plant food to water in its simplest form. So a gardener mixes 250 milliliter of plant food with 2 liters of water. So that would be 250 milliliter to 2 liters. 2 liters. So what do we do in order to move from 250 milliliters? What do you have to multiply to get from 250 milliliters to 2 liters? Now the first thing that you'll have to do, you need to know how much milliliters will give you 1 liter. Alright, so that's the first thing that we need to do, to know how many milliliters give you 1 liter. Right, so first thing first, we're gonna have our prefix table, and I'm gonna draw it this side because the prefix table, it gives you the units when you're converting. So let's just start from the lowest unit. So we have milliliter. After milliliter, you're gonna have centiliter. After centiliter, you're gonna have deciliter. After deciliter, you'll have your liter. After liter, you're gonna have your decaliter. And then you'll have your hectoliter. And then you'll have your kiloliter. Now I could have just stopped at liter, but I just wanted to draw the full prefix table just so you can have an understanding of how we have our prefix table. It's very good for you to know your prefix table so you can easily convert from one metric unit to the next metric unit in measurements. Alright, so now that our metric units, our prefix table is out the way, the unit that we're converting from is milliliter to liter. So let's move. Every time we increase from one unit to the next, we increase in multiples of 10. That means that we're multiplying 10 by itself. So we're multiplying in multiples of 10. So one unit to the next, that's 10. Then to another unit, that's going to be 100. So we're adding zeros. So milliliter to centiliter, 10, 100, and then now to liter, that's 1,000. So that means that 1,000 milliliter is equal to 1 liter. Alright, so 1,000 milliliter is equal to 1 liter. So now we need to find out, okay, if 1,000 milliliter is equal to 1 liter, right? Then how can we move from 250 milliliter to get to 1000 milliliter? Because 1000 milliliter is 1 liter. We need to get from 250 milliliter to 2 liters. But we need to first find out how do we move from the 250 to get to a liter, which would be 1000. So we're just going to divide the 1000 by the 250. So let's put it right here, and I'm going to change the color quickly. So we're going to divide our 250. So we're going to divide our 250 by 1000. Alright, so we can quickly do that. So 250 divided by 1000 is 4. Because 4 times 250, that will just be 1000. So if you subtract that, that will be left with 0. So 250 is 4. And for those wondering, then I'm just gonna quickly do this right here. So 250 times 4. This is for the persons who are wondering how I got the 4 right there. 4 times 0 is 0. 4 times 5 is 20. And we add the 2. 4 times 2 is 8. Plus 2, that is 10. So that's 1000. Alright, so that will be equal to 4. So in order to get from 250 to 1 liter, you have to multiply that by 4. But we're asked to find 2 liters. So if that is the case, let me change the color. So 1 liter to 2 liter, we'll have to double. So because of that, we're gonna multiply 4 times 2. So 4 times 2 will give you 8. So our answer is gonna be, we have to multiply our 250. We have to multiply our 250 by 8 to move from 250 milliliter to 2 liters. So we'd have to multiply by 8. Why? Because if we have 1 liter right there, if we multiply that by 2, then we'll get 2 liters. So basically we just double. 1 liter plus 1 liter will give you 2 liters. If you have to multiply the 250 by 4 to get 1000, then if we double the 4, then it's gonna be 8. So 8 times 250 is gonna give you 2 liters. Alright, so our ratio right there is gonna be 1 to 8. Alright, before I move on, for persons who wanted to check, few persons who wanted to check your answer, because remember, some persons will need the extra assistance. So if you wanted to check your answer, then you can just simply multiply it, back. So 8 times 0 is 0. 8 times 5, that will be 40. And 8 times 2, 8 is 16. Plus 4, that's gonna be 20. So we end up with 2000. So 250 times 8, that's gonna be 2000. If 1000 milliliter is equal to 1 liter, then 2000 milliliter will be equal to 2 liters. Will be equal to 2 liters. Alright? So moving on. So a cube has sides of 5 inches. So what is the volume of the cube. Now for cube is the three-dimensional object of a square, right? So all sides will be equal. So we're gonna have side, the 5 times the 5 times the height of the cube is gonna be 5 as well. So when we are multiplying the cube, or when we are trying to find the volume, we have to multiply three different numbers. So that's one side times the height. So 5 times 5 is 25. 5 times 5 is 25. And if you multiply 25 times 5 again, that's going to be equal to, should be 125. But for those who don't know, let's just quickly multiply that out. 5 times 5, 25. So you put the 2 right here to be added. Uh, 5 times 2 is 10 plus 2, 12, so 125. So this is our answer. Our answer is C, 125 cube inches. Alright, so we're at 36 now. And a shopkeeper has 10 kilograms of bird seeds. She will use these to make 250-gram packs. So that means that the 10 grams of bird seeds, she's gonna divide, each pack by the same 250 grams. How much pack did she make? So the first thing that you would have to do is she's gonna divide the 10 grams into 250-gram pack, you need to know, alright, how many grams equal to a kilogram. Why is this important? Because we need to know how many total bird seeds we have. What's the total amount of bird seeds that we have if we're gonna separate it into 250 grams? So we're gonna write our prefix table again. I'm gonna put it over to this side. So the lowest amount right there. Let's start from the what we have. So grams. So G is grams, and we're going all the way up to kilograms. So after gram, we have decagram. So we have our decagram afterwards, and then we have our hectagram, and then we have our kilogram. Right? Now after we move, let's move from our lowest to where we're gonna go. So from gram to kilogram, that's gonna be 10, 100, 1,000. So remember that every time we move up a unit, we move in multiples of tens, or we add a zero to that. So 10, 100, 1,000. So therefore 1,000 grams. 1,000 grams is equal to 1 kilogram. So therefore, if 1,000 grams is equal to 1 kilogram, if we have 10 kilograms, then that's just adding another zero to that. So we end up with having 10,000 grams. So 10 kilograms would be just another zero right there. So that would be 10,000 grams. So now that we know that, okay, she has 10,000 grams and she wants to separate them in, packs. where each pack is 250 gram. So we can just divide the 250 by the 1000. Did we do that before? I think that we did that before. I think we did it above. Let me change the color though. No, I'm just gonna continue. Alright, how many times we can get 250 from oh 10,000? Well, 250 times 4, 250 times 4, that is 1,000. So 250 times 4 is 1,000. After you subtract that right there, you'll have 0, and we're left with just another 0. So if you bring that down, how many times 250 can go into 0? That's 0 times, because 0 times 250, that's to just be 0 as well. So we're left with 0. So our answer would be 40. So therefore she can get 40 packs. 40 packs. She can get 40 packs if she divided the 250 grams by the 10,000. So that's 4. No, that's 40 packs. So C is the answer right there. Alright, so we're at question 37. So let's go. Okay, so let's go quickly. Alright, so 37. Alright, so the time in Kingston. So Jamaica is 1 hour behind Washington DC, US. So when the time is 12:38 p.m. in Kingston, what time is it in Washington? In Washington DC. So it's 12 p.m. So because it is 1 hour behind, it's gonna be 1:38 p.m. So Washington DC 1:38 p.m. Alright, so going down right there. Alright, so for 38, the table shows different accounts. So the table shows different accounts that a bank offers to savers. So let's look at this table right here to see the saving rate. So the saving rate, the minimum deposit, the maximum deposit, and the minimum period for a save. That means that this right here, this table tells you how long you can have your money in the bank before you can remove it. Alright, so a saver has $20,000, right, to put in an account, but will need to take the money out in 6 months' time. She wants her money to earn as much as possible. The best account for her, and we have 4 options right there. So the 4 options that we have is better saver, keen saver, high earner, and suave saver. Alright, so let's look at better saver. So better saver, her saving rate is 3.7%, and our maximum deposit is $25,000, but our minimum deposit is $100. So she can save in this account, and she minimum saving period is any, so she can save for 6 months time if she wanted to. So let's look at better saver. That could be an option, but let's look at the other options. So keen saver is the next option. So keen saver 4%. So that's a higher saving rate than better saver. But guess what? Our minimum period for saving is 1 year. So she can't take her money out before the 1 year. She needs her money 6 months time. Remember, 12 months make 1 year, so 6 months will be less than a year. So that can't work. Then put that X right here. That can't work. Let's look at iEarner. So iEarner is right here. So iEarner, she has a 5% saving rate, so that's very good. Minimum deposit is $5,000, but our maximum saving period is 1 year. So that means that she can't take her money out in the 6 month time. She can't get her money in 6 month time. So that's out as well. Let's look at Suave saver. So Suave saver. So she can save 4%. So that's a good rate. And our minimum is $250. So she can save in that. And her saving period is any. So that means she can save her money, take out her money in the 6 months time. So if you compare the Suave saver and the better saver, then the Suave saver would be the better option because it has a higher saving rate than the better saver, because better saver is 3.7 saving rate, but this one right here is 4%. So you'll have a better chance of earning with the Suave saver. Alright, so moving right along. So we're at 39. So the table shows the medals won by 8 countries at the 2016 Olympics. So the question right here, which country won more silver than medals? Which country won more silver medals than gold medal? And that would be France, because France has 18 silver medals and 10 gold medals. So that's France. Alright, moving right along. So 40. A car travels 600 miles on a full tank of gas. The scale on the diagram shows how much gas is in the tank. So how many these markers indicate, whether the tank is full, or and the markers actually tell you how many miles you can travel, because if you can travel 600 miles in a full tank of gas, then these markers or these line on the scale can give you an idea of how many miles you can travel to. So first thing that you're gonna do is count the amount of marks on the scale. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. So there are 13 markers on the scale, right? So how many miles can the driver drive before he runs out of gas? So right now the scale is at from 1 to 12. The scale, the line is pointing at 10. So that means that it's at 10 right there. So the first thing that you want to do is that you would want to find out how many you know hold on. The mistake that I made before is that moving from 0, because right here is 0, so from moving from 0 to this right here, this is gonna be 1, because you have to go up in order for it to be 1. So let's fix this a bit. So if you have to go up in order for this to be 1, so it's gonna be 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna end up having 12 markers or 12 lines that are important right here, because to move from one to the next, that is very important. We can't miss that. But I'm talking about to move from this line to the next line right here, this is gonna be our 1. Then we have our 2. Then we have our 3. Right? So all the markers, all the lines, they are very important right there. So we're gonna end up having 12 lines right there. 11, 10, and 9. So there are 12 important lines right there to move from one to the next. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna divide. We're gonna divide the 12 by 600. 600 divided by 12. And if a person still wondering why I didn't use the 13, when I move from 0 to right here, that is the real one. So 1, 2, 3, going all the way around until I move to this final line right here. So it is very important that we start from right here. So 12 divided by 600. 12 divided by 600 is going to be 50. So how many times do we have to move in order to get, so all we have to do, we can subtract right here. But in order to move from 0 to right where the point, the line is, where the line is pointing right here, that's what, 9. That's 9. There's 9 lines, so that's 0 miles to this right here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So all I have to do, since that's 9 markers, so 1, every time we increase by 1, that's gonna be 50 miles. So 50 miles, 100 miles. So every time when we increase from 1 to the next, we're increasing by 50 miles. That's what it means, right? So 50 multiplied by 9, that's gonna be equal to, uh 0, and 5 times 9, that's 45. So that's 450. So 450 miles. And if you see it right here, we can see, so from 0 to this one right here, that's 50. Then to the next one, that will be 100. Then we have 150, then 200, then 250, then 300, then 350, then 400, then 450, then 500, then 550, and then 600. So this is all we have to do. That's why I didn't start right here, because this movement right here from 0 to the 1, very important, because from 0 miles, this is 0 miles, 0 to 50 miles, that's the difference right here. So that's why I started with 1, right? Instead of down here, I started with right here. So 9 times 50, that's 450. So that's the answer for number 40. because the point is right here, pointing at the ninth mark. So, and if even if we are at this right here, the ninth mark right here, if 450 miles right here, then from right here to right here will be 500 miles, then 550 miles, then 600 miles. So that's how we got 450 miles. All right. So 41 now. The chart shows the age of visitors to Jamaica in 2015. Which statement is true? So the statement that is true for 41 is B. I'm not gonna stay long on this question because it's very easy and straightforward. So the visitors are most likely be aged from 35. So 35 to, sorry, so let me just underline it at the correct spot, from 35 to 64. And if you look right here, it is these group of persons have the highest visitors. So chart shows the age of visitors in to Jamaica in 2015. Sorry, in 2015. And if you look right here, then the percentage of persons who visited, it's definitely larger between persons from age, 35 to 64. So B is the answer for number 41. So we have a pie chart now that shows the result of a survey about favorite food, and there are 320 people who completed the survey. How many people chose chicken than those who chose beef? Now looking at this right here, chicken is half of the circle. So that means that half of the 320 persons chose chicken. And if you look at the chart right here, then a half of the half would be beef. So if we found what is a half of the 320, then a half of that would be, the amount for beef. So let's just divide the 320 by 2. So 320 divided by 2, and this is gonna be chicken. This is gonna be the cost for the chicken. Alright, so 2 divided by 3, that's gonna be 1. 1 times 2 is 2. I don't know why I put a multiplication sign right there. Should be a subtraction sign. So 2 minus from 3 is gonna be 1. After you subtract, you always bring down. 2 into 12 goes 6 times. 6 times 2 is 12. Then after the which we will subtract. So minus 12, that's gonna be 0. After you subtract, you bring down. And 2 into 0 goes 0 times, because 0 times 2 is 0. Subtract that, what you're left with? You're left with 0. So 160 persons ate chicken. So 100 persons favorite food was chicken. So if we want to know beef, now beef would be half of that. So let's just put right here and change the color. So beef is gonna be half of that. So beef. So a half of the 160, we're just gonna divide the 160 by 2 to get our answer. Because if you look right here, then we basically the half right here, this entire section for persons who love chicken, it's a half. right here of it for persons who love beef. Alright, so 2 into 16 goes 8, and there's a 0, so 80. So 80 persons love beef. So 80 persons. How many more persons chose chicken than persons who chose beef? That's be 80. 80 plus 80 is 160. So 80 persons chose chicken more over beef to get the 160. Alright. Okay, so a gardener. So a gardener records the number of seeds in 8 packs. What is the mode of the number of seeds? So mode means the most popular number. So the most popular or the most frequent number is 17. 17 occurred 3 times compared to any other number. So the answer for 43 is C. Going down. The table shows the number of lessons taken by a group of drivers. The mean is an appropriate statistical measure to work out the average for these figures because A, it picks the middle number. No, that's median. B, it includes all the data. Yes, it does include all the data. Let's look at C. It tells you the difference. No, that's gonna be range. It tells you the most popular number. No, that's mode. So the answer is B because mean works all the data. So it's gonna be mean or average. So it works all the data. It includes all the data. Alright, so 45 quickly. The range of prices for cell phones at 2 different stores are 355 in store A and 830 in store B. These range of prices show that it shows that store B is cheaper. So store A is more expensive. Why? Because range takes the largest number, so the highest number. This is how we find range. So take the highest number and subtract that from the lowest number. Right? Now if we do that, then if, for example, we have, let's say for example, an iPhone. If it costs $300,000, if it costs $300,000 for the iPhone, right? And the lowest phone, or the cost of the lowest phone is about, let's say, $250,000. So that's the cost for the cheapest phone. The cheapest phone in that store. Then you realize that you're gonna get a very low number because 300,000 minus $250,000. That's gonna be a small gap. That's gonna be a small gap. So that's range. It takes the highest price in this case and subtract it from the lowest price. So the smaller the number will be the smaller the gap. So that means that it has a lot of expensive phone. Where, for example, if the highest quality phone or the highest price phone is 300,000, and let's say we can get a phone there that costs maybe about $5,000. That's a very cheap phone. If we subtract the 5,000 from 300,000, we get a larger number. So that means that we have a larger gap. So the fact that store A has a smaller gap, that means that when they were subtracting the two prices, the cheapest price was actually a lot more than the cheapest price for store B. So store A is actually more expensive than store B, because when we're looking at the ranges. Alright, moving on to question 46. So a game uses a standard 6-sided dice. What is the probability that the first row, and this is very important, the first row will be 5? So a dice have six sides, and if we're just throwing one dice alone, then out of the 6 sides right there, what's the probability of getting 5? Well, there are 6 sides to a dice. The dice have 6 sides. So because the dice have 6 sides and there's only 1 5s there, it'll just be 1 over 6. So the 6 will represent the total outcomes. And then now the 1 will represent the outcome that we want. So total outcome. The denominator is always the total outcome, and the number above will be what we want, or the expected outcome. So 5, there's only 1 5 there, 1 5 on a single dice, so 1 over 6, because there are 6 sides on the dice. Alright, moving on. So 1 over 6. So for the 7 now, use this formula to find the volume of a cone. So when the radius is 3 centimeters and the height is 7 centimeters, and we're asked to use pi, as a fraction 22 over 7. Alright, so let's first write out our formula with everything that we know. So 1/3 times pi is 22 over 7 times the radius is 3, so 3 let's write the multiplication sign a little bit better. So 3 squared times the height, the height is 7 centimeters. Alright, so first thing first, let's arrange this so I can do this right here. So I have 1/3, and I can cancel something off right here by just arranging it. So look at this right here. If I have 22 over 7, instead of just multiplying everything out, I can change the direction, because it doesn't matter which direction I have it, it means the same thing. So 3 raised to the power of 2, and then I can just cancel the 7 from the 2 right here. The 7 from the top, 7 from the bottom, because I can write this as a fraction. Let's put it over 1, because it means the same thing. So I can cancel off the 7 right there. So we're left with 1/3 multiplied by 22 times 22 times 3 raised to the power of 2. So I just cancel off the 7's that are right there, because these are common factors. So I could cancel off 7 from the top and the bottom. for these two terms right here, and let me highlight it, these two terms. I just have to do this so it makes our work easier, and I'm gonna separate it what I did right there. So out of the two numbers right here, the 22 over 7 and the 7, I just cancel off the 7. So because I just cancel the factor 7 from both top and bottom. So that's something we can do whenever we're multiplying fractions. When multiplying fractions, we can cancel off the factors to simplify whenever we're multiplying the two fractions. Alright, so we're left with 1/3 times 22 times 3 raised to the power of 2. Alright, and we're just gonna continue. What is 3 raised to the power of 2? So 3 raised to the power of 2 is 3 times 3, because the 2 above, it tells you how many times you have to multiply the base by itself. So 3 times 3 multiplied by 22 times 1/3. Alright, so 3 times 3 is going to be equal to 9. So 9 times 22 times 1/3. Alright, so 9 times 9 times 22. Let's just work it out right above right here. So let me change the color. I don't want to mix up, I don't want to mix anything up. So 22 times 9 is equal to 9 times 2 is 18. Carry the 1, that should be added. 9 times 2 is 18 plus 1, that's 19. So that will be equal to 198. And then now this right here, so 22 times 9 is equal to 198. And then now if we multiply by the fraction, that's 1/3, we're gonna end up just having that over 3, because 1 times 93 is 198. So 1 times the 198 is gonna be 198, and if we had 98, then that would be 98 over 1, and 3 times 1 give you 3. Remember what we did when we multiplied the two fractions. So we just did it right here short, in a shorter way. Alright, so now we have 193 divided by 3. So we're just gonna divide to get our final answer. So that's 3. Let's put it right here. So that's 3 divided by 198. Alright, so that's 3 divided by 198. So 3 into 19, that goes 6 times. 6 times, oh my god, let me write it, fix it a little bit better. So 3 into 19, so 3 divided by 19, that's 6 times, because it's gonna be 18. Subtract that, you'll be left with 1. After you subtract, you bring down, and we have 18 again. And 3 into 18 goes 6 times. 6 times 3, that's 18. we subtract afterwards, so that's 0. So 3 into 66 goes 3 into 119 goes 66, so that's our answer, 66 cube. Alright, now moving right along. So now we're solving linear equations. Alright, so I already have 2 videos on my channel on solving linear equations. So we're at 42. Let me test the mic. Yes. Alright, good. Good. Alright. So going back. So solve this linear equation. So we have 3y plus 9 is equal to 30. Now first things first, we want to get y by itself. So this number right here that's being added, we're gonna move this number to the opposite side of the equal sign. When we move this number to the opposite side of the equal sign, when we move numbers, this is the rule. When we move numbers from one side to the next side of the equal side, so from one side of the equal sign to the next side of the equal sign, the number remains the same, but the sign changes to the opposite. So we're gonna have let me just quickly fix this right here. Alright, back to this. So we're gonna move this plus 9 to the other side of the equal side. So it's gonna be 3y is equal to 30. So the 30 was over there already. Whenever we move numbers from one side of the equal sign to the next side of the equal sign, the number remains the same, but the sign changes to the opposite. What's the opposite of plus? So the opposite of plus is subtract. So we're gonna have minus 9. So that's 30 minus 9. And 30 minus 9 is 21. So 3y now is gonna be equal to 31. So what is the 3 doing to the 9? Well, the 3 is, sorry, what is the 3 doing to the y? So the 3 is multiplying the 9. Sorry, 3 is multiplying the y. I don't know why I keep calling y 9. So the 3 is multiplying y. So in order to get y by itself, we need to move the 3 that's multiplying the y. So we can move any term from one side of the equal sign to the next. The only thing is that number will remain the same, but the sign changes to the opposite. Well, this sign right here is multiplication. What's the opposite of multiplication? Well, the opposite of multiplication is to divide. So we're going to end up having our y is equal to, so y is equal to 21. Moving the 3 to the next side is going to be divide. So 21 divided by 3. So y is going to be equal to 21 divided by 3. And 21 divided by 3 is going to be equal to 7. So y is equal to 7. So I have a video on, but remember, anytime we can move any number, any term from one side of the equal sign to the next side of the equal sign. So the number will remain the same, but the sign changes to the opposite. Alright, moving on to question 49, sorry. We have a linear equation again. So this linear equation, we have 2x, so 2x minus 6 is equal to 16. So we're gonna solve. So first thing first, let's get rid of the number beside the 2x, and that is, the number beside 2x is negative 6. So let's highlight this. Let's highlight this number. So negative 6. Oh, so negative 6, right? So this negative 6, the sign that's there is negative. So if I move the negative 6 to the other side of the equal sign, the number remains the same, but the sign changes to the opposite. So the opposite of negative 6, or the opposite of minus, is going to be what? The opposite of minus is plus. So we're going to end up with 2x is equal to 16. So the number remains the same, but the sign changes to the opposite. So that's gonna be plus 6. Alright, so 16 plus 6, that's gonna be, yeah, 16 plus 6 is gonna be 22. And what is the 2 doing to the x? So the 2 is multiplying over x. So the 2 is multiplying our x. So because 2 is multiplying our x, if we're gonna move our 2 that's multiplying the x, so we can have x by itself, we're gonna move the 2 to the opposite side of the equal sign. So if we move the 2 to the opposite side of the equal sign, the number remains the same, but the sign changes to the what? The opposite. The opposite of multiplication is what? Division. And please look at the order of how I move the numbers. So if you realize I move the plus and the minus before I look at the, the multiplication and division. So that's normally would have to be moved out first. So x is gonna be equal to, opposite of multiplication is division. So 22 divided by 2. So x now is gonna be equal to 11. So x is equal to 11. Let me write the equal sign properly. So x is going to be equal to 11. So x is 11. Alright, going down to question 50. So an electrician works out the price for each job based on a fixed call out rate. So C plus a rate R for the time taken T. The time taken T multiplied by R. So C plus the rate times the time. What is the correct formula for the price? So the price is going to be equal to C plus rate times time. So this is what it is right here. So A is the answer. So it's right here. So on a fixed call out charge, C plus. So if you realize the plus was right there, let me use the highlighter instead. So C plus a rate for the time taken. So for the time taken, so R for the time taken is just gonna be multiplied. So right here we're gonna multiply R times T. and then now the C will be added. So A is the answer for question 50. Alright, 51. The exchange rate of Jamaican dollars to US dollars. Alright, so exchange rate for $1. So in 2012, $1 was 0.12. So $0 on 0.012. And then now look at 2016. The dollar gone way down. So the dollar for 2016 is around 0.008. So what that means? Well, the value of Jamaican dollar compared to the US dollar is decreasing. Yes. So that is what it means. So looking at this is saying that the value of the Jamaican dollar compared to the US dollar is decreasing, because look at it, it's going down. And this really even reflects our society right now. Anyways, moving on. So going down to question 52. So the gradient of the line is, yeah, we could use the equation, the formula to find the gradient, but look right here. We're comparing all the numbers in X with all the numbers in Y, right? So we're comparing, right? So it wouldn't be X plus Y. That wouldn't give you what's going on right here. Now, to show you what's going on right here, I'm going to plot 2 points on my graph. So I'm going to plot a point right here. And I'm going to plot a point right here. And these 2 points are going to show you the relationship between X and Y. Now, X is equal to Y. Let's look at the number in X if it's the same thing as Y for right here. So on X, X goes across. X is the numbers below. That goes horizontally. Y goes vertically right here. Right? So for this one right here, this point, X is 1. Y is 2. So that means that X is not equal to Y. Look at C. So X is equal to 2 times Y. Okay. So look at this one right here. So X is 1. And that is equal to 2 times Y. So Y in this case is 2. 2 times Y is 4. 4, that's not the answer for that's not the number for X right there. 2 times Y, 2 times 2 right here before. 2 times 2 is 4, not 1. So that couldn't work. Let's look at D. X is equal half of Y. So let's look at this point right here. So 2 is a number for Y. Half of 2 is 1. So that's the X right here. X is half of Y. Half of 2 right here is 1. So that looks correct so far. Let's look at right here. This point right here. So in this case, Y is 6 when we are looking at this point right here. So Y is 6. And X, the number in X on the X axis is gonna be 3. So half of 6 is gonna be 3. So half of 6 is 3. So we end up seeing the relation B is the answer, because half of Y will give you the answer for X. And we can look at even the rest of it right here. If I put a point right here, the number in Y is 4. Half of 4 is 2. That's the number in X. That's the relationship. So between this and this. So read your charts carefully. Alright, moving on. Question 53. Which of these statements are true? So X. A trapezium is a quadrilateral. Yes, it is a quadrilateral because a trapezium has 4 sides and quadrilaterals are supposed to have 4 sides. Y. A quadrilateral can be a square. Yes, a quadrilateral can be a square because a square has 4 sides and a quadrilateral has 4 sides. Let's look at Z. So all squares are parallelograms. Well, all squares are parallelograms because it has two lines on the opposite side going opposite directions and they will never meet, and two opposite sides are equal. So yes, all squares are parallelograms. So our answer for 53 is gonna be all the above. So that's the X, Y, and Z are all true. Alright, moving right along. Alright, so we're at question 54. I think this is called co-interior angles. Yeah, so these are called co-interior angles, and I really want you guys to know about these angles. And what I'm gonna do is that I'm just gonna highlight it so you can see it for yourself what I'm talking about, because it's very important for you to know. Alright, so let me just quickly highlight that. Let me just quickly highlight that. So alright, so let's just draw with my highlighter. So from here to here to here, it asks what is the value of angle D, and we have angle B is 50 degrees. So what that means is that we're looking at two angles right here. Let me change the color. Right here and right here. So angle B is 50 degrees. And the reason why I highlighted, the reason why I highlighted the lines right there is because I wanted you to see a visual representation of what co-interior angles mean. So if you realize it has a C shape, so whenever angles are inside, whenever we're looking at parallel lines, because it's a parallel line, one line, two line, and no other cuts. So whenever we're trying to find missing angles in parallel lines, right? Whenever we're at a stage where we see a shape looking like this, a C shape, and we have angles, two angles inside that C shape, they both angles should add up. Both angles inside the line should add up. So the sum should be equal to 180. The sum should be equal to 180 degrees. So this is called co-interior angles. So co-interior, and I write the name so you can always look it up. So it's called co-interior angles. So you can look it up if you want to. Co-interior angles. So co-interior angles. So as I said before, both angles inside the lines, it will form a C shape, and the angles inside that C shape, should add up to 150. So that B and D, and if you realize it's at both ends right here, the two ends of the C, it's at the two ends of the C, so that's something you can look at as well. So it should add up to 180 degrees. So if this is 50 degrees, then we can just subtract 180 from 50, and if we subtract that, we'll be left with, 130. So 130. And that is our answer for question 54. Alright, let me just quickly put this on charge for finding, the number of sides. So when you are given an angle and you want to find the number of sides, this is the formula that you have to use. So the interior angle, so the interior angle Alright, so let's quickly just finish this off. So the interior angle is equal to n minus 2 times 180 over n. The n in this formula will represent the number of sides that we are trying to find. So we want to know what how many sides or the number of sides for this regular polygon that has if each angle is measured at 120. So let's quickly put everything that we have in the formula. So the angle given is 120 degrees equal to n minus 2 times 180 all over n. Now, what we're gonna do is, because the entire term over the right hand side of the fraction over the right hand side of the equal sign, this is all a fraction, so every term above right here is over n. So we want to get rid of this fraction right here so we can find n, we can solve for n. We want to know what n is equal to. And by the way, you will see a question like this, so study the formula and pay attention as to how I use this formula, because this is the formula when you're given an interior angle, or when you're given the angle and you're asked to find the number of sides for a regular polygon if they have, this, if this is the angles, if each angle measures 120. So you see a question like this. All right, so first thing first, let's get rid of this fraction. So in order to get rid of this fraction, let's just quickly, you know just like before, in order to move this, let me change the color. In order to get rid of this n that's dividing everything above, all the terms above, we can move the 10 over to the n over to the opposite side of the equal sign. And if we move the n to the next side of the equal sign, the sign changes to the opposite. That means if n was dividing everything at the top, then if I move n, then the opposite of division is going to be multiply. So we're going to have 120 multiplied by n, and that will be equal to n minus 2 times 180. And for those who are wondering, no, this is not a part, this is separate. So everything right here is separate from the above. So all I did was just to move over the n to the opposite side of the equal sign. Right? Alright, so now I'm just gonna work this right here. So let's quickly change the color. And n times 120 times n is gonna be equal to 120n is equal to, now I'm gonna write this like just like this right here for the purpose of I don't want to confuse anyone, so I'm gonna write it just like this. So n minus 2 and the 180 is multiplied, everything in the bracket are the two terms that are in the bracket. Alright, so 180 times all the two terms in the bracket. Now what is this looking like? I'm going to change the color quickly so you can see what I'm talking about. Now if you have 180 multiplying everything in the bracket, this is to definitely distribute. So already we're going to distribute, so 180 times n and 180 times the negative 2. So persons who don't know about distributive property, please practice on it, because the 1/8 is going to multiply the two terms inside the bracket. Alright, now moving on. So we're gonna have our 120 n equal to 180 times n, gonna be 180 n, and our 180 times 2 is gonna be minus, because negative times positive times negative is gonna be negative 360. Alright, so now that's gonna be 120. So 120n is equal to, alright, so before I move on to this section right here, what you want to do right here is you'd want to group your like terms. Now grouping like terms means that you see all of what have terms in common. Now look at right here, we have 180n and 120n. These are like terms, so you want to group the like terms. That means that you'd want to put all the like terms on one side of the equal side together, so we can have n by itself. Alright, so what would we move? Now what we're going to move right there, we're going to move our 180n. We're going to move our 180n and move it to the opposite side of the equal sign. You see, because this 180n is a positive number, if I move it over the opposite side, the sign is going to change to the opposite. So this positive number is going to be a negative number. So 120, so 120n minus 180n is equal to negative negative 360. Alright, so 120 minus 180, you'll be left with 60. So that's negative 60 because there's a bigger negative number right here. So negative 60n, that's equal to negative 360. So in order to get n by itself, we're going to have to get rid of this 60 and 60n, negative 60n. What is happening right here? What is 60 doing to the n? So the 60 is multiplying the n. So in order to get n by itself, we can just move the negative 60 that's multiplying. So the negative 60 that's multiplying the n, we can move this to the next side of the equal sign, and the number will remain the same, but the sign will change to the opposite. So because the negative 60 was multiplying the n, if I move it over the opposite side, we're gonna have n now. I'm gonna put it up here. So n now is gonna be equal to negative 360 divided by negative 60. Persons wondering and saying, but the negative 60 moved to the opposite side. Why is it still a negative number, not a positive number? What the sign that is doing the work right here is the multiplication sign, because we are moving the 60 from the n right there. 60, that negative 60, it is multiplying the n right here. So if we move negative 60 to the opposite side of the equal side, what will change is the operation that is being done right here. Because negative 60 is multiplying the n, sorry, because negative 60 is multiplying the n, if we move it to the opposite side, it's gonna be, it change it to now division, because that's the operation that was being done right there. So the opposite of multiply is to divide. So instead of multiplying by negative 60, we do the opposite, which is to divide by negative 60. So you're gonna have n is equal to negative uh negative 360 divided by 60. And for persons who don't know, if you're dividing two negative numbers, then it's gonna be positive. So you're gonna have n is equal to positive 6 divided by 36, that is 6. So 6 divided by 36 is 6. So if we have 60 divided by 360, n is going to be equal to 6. And negative divided by negative is 6. So if you divide out, then you should get n is equal to 6. So what does that mean? That means that our shape, our polygon that have each angle measuring 120 degrees, that shape has a total of 6 sides. Alright, so this is something that you have to practice. I really hope that you practice more on this, and this is just how you find the the number of sides a polygon have when you're given the angle. And this is the formula that we use. Angle is equal to, so the interior angle is equal to um you know this fraction right here, and we have to get rid of this fraction by removing the n. So the n in this case, because it's dividing all the terms above, when I move the n to the opposite side, it's gonna change it to instead of dividing, then it's gonna change to multiply. So n multiplied by 120, and you just continue right along until we you know convert our linear equations convert our linear equations where we solve for n because n represents the number of sides and n will be equal to 6. Alright, moving right along. So we're going to move on to number 56. Going to move on to number 56 at this point. So this diagram shows two dimensions of a right angle triangle. So it's not drawn to scale. What is the length of side A? Now, whenever we're trying to find the missing side for a right angle triangle, we're dealing with Pythagoras theorem. I'm not gonna write this out because I'm writing with my trackpad right now. I'm not gonna write out the full number, but that's just Pythagoras theorem. So in order to find the hypotenuse is normally the longest side, so the longest side right here is 10 centimeters, so that is gonna be our hypotenuse. And the other sides will just be smaller sides. Now the formula for finding the smaller side or one of the smaller side is gonna be the same. It doesn't matter which one of the smaller sides, but we're just gonna use this formula to quickly find what is the missing side x going to be equal to. Okay, so let's go. So the formula is side so the side, one of the smaller sides is going to be equal to the square root of hypotenuse so the hypotenuse squared minus side squared. Alright, so let's find what the side is equal to. So side that I'm trying to find is x, so I'm just going to rewrite side as x. Alright, and then know what the square root is. So first thing first, our hypotenuse is 10. So that's 10 squared minus side is 8 centimeters. 8 centimeters squared. Alright, so that's gonna be equal to 10 squared is 10 times 10. 10 times 10 is 100. And 8 squared is 8 times 8. 8 times 8 is 8 times 8 is 64. Now if we subtract If we subtract 64 from the from 100, we should get 64 minus 100. That's gonna be equal to 36. And the square root of 36. Now, the square root of 36 means that which number can we multiply can be multiplied by itself to be equal to 36. Which number can be multiplied by 36? Sorry, which number can multiply by itself be equal to 36? And that is 6. So x is gonna be equal to 6. So x is 6 centimeters. So the answer for 56 is C, which is 6 centimeters. Alright, moving right along. So 57 says a rectangular lawn measures 4 by 8 meters. So that means that the rectangular lawn, and let me just change the colors because I want to separate this. Alright, so let's do 57 now. So first I'm gonna draw the rectangular lawn. So the rectangular lawn right here, not drawn to scale. Let me try again. Not drawn to scale, but I'll continue. So the width is 4 meters by 5 meter length. But guess what? A path 1 meter wide goes around all the lawn. So let me draw the path. Whoa. Let me draw the path. Definitely not drawn to scale. But the path goes around the lawn and it measures 1 meters each. So therefore I'm gonna add 1 meter right here from here to here and from here to here. So that means that the full length for this right here is gonna be 7 meters because from here to here is 1 meter extra, and from here to here that's 1 meter extra again. I want it to draw it so you can see exactly what I'm doing. So because the part a part 1 meter wide goes around the entire lawn, that means that from here to here and from here to here would be 1 meter. So we're extending the length of the lawn original length from 5 meter to 7 meter. And then now the width, this will be from here to here will be 1 meter, and from here to here would be 1 meter as well. So that would be, if from here to here was 4 meters before, then with additional 1 2, that was gonna be 6 meters. All right, so what is the area of the pot? Well, we can find the area of the lawn, that's in blue. So we can find the area of this section right here. Sorry. We can find the area of this section right here. And then after we find this area, we find the area of the entire new shape, and we can subtract this area from the entire area to get just the area in green. So let's do it. So first things first, let's find the area of the lawn. So the lawn is 5 meters times 4 meters. That's the area. That's the length and width of the lawn. So 4 times 5 is gonna be 20. So 20 meters squared. That's the area of this section right here. But for the entire area now, for everything complete, the new shape when with the part and the lawn, they combine together that entire shape. That's gonna be uh 7 meters times or 6. So let's write it differently. So 7 meters times 6 meters, that should be equal to that should be equal to 42 42 meters squared. So to get the area of the part alone, let me change the marker. So to get the area of the part alone, we can just subtract the total area, which is 42, from the area of the lawn, which is 20, and we'll be left with 22 22 meters squared. So our answer for question 57 is 22. That's the answer for 57. 22 meters squared. Alright. Now we're gonna be working question 58. And question 58 is it's a simple one actually. So let's just quickly erase this and find the answer for question 20. Or question 58, sorry. Alright, so let's start it right here. We're gonna do 58 in this space right here. So let's get my pen engaged. Okay, so we're asked to find the circumference. So the circumference of the circle is actually the perimeter. So the formula is 2 pi r. So 2 pi r. And of course, you know that 2 pi r, when you see them like this, when you see terms beside each other, it means that they're multiplying each other. So 2 pi r means that they're multiplying each other. Alright, so let's write, now that we know that this is the formula for finding the circumference, let's find the circumference. So 2 multiplied by pi, in this case is going to be 22 over 7. When we get these questions in city angle, see for as much as possible if we can get to eliminate anything. What is our radius? And our radius is 7. So if we put the 7 over 1, so writing the 7 centimeter as a fraction, which is gonna be 7 over 1 right there. If we write it as a fraction, which is 7 over 1, and we're multiplying, we can cancel. So just like above, we can cancel 7 from 7. So we just cancel out that 7. So in total, we'll just be left with what? 2 times 22, and 2 times 22 is 44 centimeters. Alright, so 44 centimeters. So that's 58. Alright, moving right along to 59. Okay. Okay. Alright. So we're at 59 right now.
And we are going strong. We have, after 59, we have one more question remaining, and we'll be finished. So the diagram shows the cross section of a metal shape
and we see our shape right here, and the metal shape is 5 centimeters long. So 5 centimeters long. It's very important for us to know that, because this is gonna work as our height. And remember, whenever we're asked to find the volume, it's gonna be here area times whatever the height is. So that 5 centimeter long, trust me, it is important for us to get our final answer. Alright, so let's just quickly find the volume of this. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna separate this shape into 3 parts. So one rectangle, two rectangle, and 3. And I'm gonna find the area of all 3 sides. So I'm gonna find the area for this. I'm gonna find the area for this as well. Let me change the color. So I'm gonna find the area for this rectangle, then this rectangle, then this rectangle. So for rectangle 1, the area is going to be, well, 3 centimeters, and the width is 1 centimeters. So that's gonna be 3 times 1. So the area for the first rectangle is gonna be equal to 3 centimeters squared. And then now I'm gonna change my color for each rectangle area that I'm gonna find. So for the second rectangle, I'm gonna find the area for that as well. So the second rectangle, let me put it in the same color. So for the second one, the width is gonna be 2 centimeters. Yes, so from here to here, that is 2 centimeters. But in order for us to know what, let me not let this tree right here be confusing to anyone. So in order to get the length for this section right here, we need to, if the entire section or the entire length below is 4 centimeters, and this side is 1 centimeter, this side is 1 centimeters. So if you take 1 centimeters and another 1 centimeters from 4 centimeters, then inside this length should be about 2 centimeters as well. So this will end up being a square. And because it's a square, then we will end up having 2 times 2, and that will be equal to 4 centimeters squared. And then we have our third rectangle, which I'm gonna change to brown. So our third rectangle right here, the area of it is gonna be length times width, so 4 times 1. Remember, to find the area is length times width. That's how you find the area. Alright, so 4 times 4 times, so 4 centimeter is the length. So let's just write it right here. So our third rectangle is gonna be 4 times, the width is 1, so 4 times 1, and that will be equal to 4 centimeters squared. Now since we have the area for all 3 sides, what we're gonna do, I'm just gonna quickly change the color of the pen, and we are gonna find the volume now. So to find the volume, I think this is the typing. Yeah, so to find the volume, yeah, that's cool. Alright, so to find the volume, alright, back to this. So to find the volume, and then all we have to do is just to add all the areas together. So the area, now is gonna be equal to all the different areas of the 3 rectangles. So that's 3 centimeters plus 4 centimeters squared plus 4 centimeters squared. Add all of that together, and we'll get our total area as 4 plus 4 is 8, plus 3, that's 11. So that's the area, so 11 centimeters squared. And to find the volume is, let me just touch this again because I found it, and now I can just write whatever I feel like. Alright, so volume is equal to volume is equal to area times, oh my god, times length, sorry, times height. So whatever the height is, so the area times the height, that should give you, that should give you your answer. So let's just put it in right here. So our area was 11 centimeters squared. And then we're just gonna multiply it by the height, which is what it is. The metal is 5 centimeters long, so multiply that by the 5. So 5 times 11, that's gonna be equal to 55 centimeters. Cube. Alright, so our answer is 55 centimeters cube. Let's see. And we're at our last question right now, which seems to be a very simple question. Let's read it. So the sides of shape B are double the length of the shapes of the sides of shape A. So the area of shape B is what? So if the sides of shape B is double the length of the sides of shape A, that means that the area of shape B would be 2 times shape A. So B is the answer for question 60. And with that being said, that's it. We're finished with this paper. I hope that you guys learned a lot while completing this paper. The purpose of this video is just for you guys to learn something. you know is take it as a workshop, take it as your own personal online workshop, so that you can revise and study and pass your exams. So with that being said, all the best to all watchers, all listeners. I wish you all the best when doing your stage 3 city and guilds mathematics paper this year. Thank you for watching.